East Central Canal, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to contribute to this very important motion moved by the Prime Minister to thank or to contribute to the speech from the throne. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people of East Central Canal constituency, and both as the elected representative and as the chairman of the Public Expenditure Committee, to respond to His Excellency's speech from the throne. Sir, before I move on, please also allow me to congratulate the newly elected Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the MP Puis Oniara, and also the newly elected Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Kalagato. Let me also congratulate our newly elected ministers for the new roles in various ministries they serve. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency has laid out a vision for national transformation, focusing on key sectors essential for our nation's development. As the Public Expenditure Committee, our duty is clear. We must scrutinize public expenditure, ensure that transparency in transactions, and guarantee that public funds are effectively utilized for the benefit of all Solomon Islanders. Mr. Speaker, the mandate entrusted to us is not only a constitutional obligation, but a responsibility we hold with the utmost seriousness, as it directly impacts the economic well-being of our people. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of effective government policy and expenditure lies in a strong and accountable public service. His Excellency's assessment of our public institution was stark, but necessarily the public payroll now exceeds 1 billion, a significant investment by the people into the government machinery. This investment must be justified with productivity, accountability, and efficiency, not wastefulness and complacency. The practice of transferring incompetent staff across ministries cannot continue. Leadership and performance management must be prioritized to ensure that public resources are put to effective use. We welcome the introduction of a public service bill and will scrutinize its provisions to ensure it strengthens governance, promotes institutional discipline, and enhance services delivery. Sir, turning to the national finance, the 2025 national budget totaled 5.2 billion with an overall deficit of 1.274 billion, primarily directed towards development expenditure. While investment in development is necessary, deficit spending requires careful management and sustainable financing. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet's expenditure and financing strategy will undergo thoroughly examination by the Public Expenditure Committee to ensure responsible fiscal governance. Budget allocation must be guided by strategic priorities, focusing on areas of comparative advantage, enhancing rural participation, and promoting private sector-led growth. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency rightly emphasized the importance of tax reforms, outlining plans to introduce a fair, simple, and broad-based tax regime. A robust tax system is vital for strengthening revenue, ensuring national sovereignty, and reducing reliance on external aid. The Value-Added Tax Act and Income Tax Act reform must be executed efficiently to secure predictable and sufficient revenue streams for public service and development projects. Mr. Speaker, in terms of health and infrastructure, His Excellency highlighted increased allocations aimed at improving service delivery. The $125 million for national medical stores will ensure essential medical supplies remain available. The $5 million investment in health human resources will enable nurse and doctor recruitment as highlighted by the Minister of Health and Medical Services, and in particularly in rural areas. Infrastructure investment in area health centers and rural health centers mark a step in the right direction. These funds must yield visible results, and the Public Expenditure Committee will monitor them closely to ensure they fulfill their intended purpose. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains the backbone of our rural economy. Mr. Speaker, yet smallholder farmers often receive minimal support compared to large exporters. Government funding must prioritize local farmers, granting them some access to training, agricultural resources, and financial assistance. If we are to value agriculture, we must invest in the communities that sustain our national food security and rural economics. Just take it for an example, Mr. Speaker, our rural farmers are the ones that feed the country, especially residents of Honiara. People here may not sabe whether you, me, MP, se help mogata lo RCDF, or they try their very best each day to strangle, working daily in their farms, and they're not to bring him kakai kam lo main market lo Honiara. I see it is wise enough for the Ministry of Agriculture to assist them in whatever possible so that they are the ones who are now sabe pidim yumi, especially in food security. Yeah, what the people. So I think it's a way forward for the agriculture department to seriously look at our farmers, our communities. They are all farmers, or the communities, believe me, and you will see them daily at the market, Kuku market, Pisari, and the Honiara, and all other urban centers within our provinces, and some rural markets, Logota constituencies, believe me. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is very important. We must see that our farmers are assisted in small ways that will equip them to continue sustain their market. Mr. Speaker, transparency and accountability remains central to effective governance. His Excellency's remarks on financial management at the municipal level, particularly Honiara City Council's lack of finance management ordinance, are deeply concerning. I strongly support the initiative by the Ministry of Home Affairs to develop a comprehensive financial ordinance that will ensure municipal funds are managed efficiently and responsibly. Additionally, Mr. Speaker said the implementation of the Constituency Development Funds CDF Act 2023 provides an opportunity to enhance financial oversight, ensuring that public funds are spent with accountability and public participation. My committee, the PEC, will work to ensure these regulations are finalized and effectively enforced. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure delays remain an ongoing frustration for our people. Me, lo constituency below me, every day people complain, lo side lo road, but it's a national road, and I think it's one of the economical zone, a road, which every day people, they travel bringing their markets to Honiara, the cocoa, copra, and now it's almost 10 years. My people are continuing to suffer. And as a new member of parliament, I try a little bit based to you, because we are massing also in some constituencies, civil garden. We try based to use the RCD to try and purchase fuel and for doing water, more. People complain, but me say, you will not complain. Why me do it? Me just 1 year old no more. But I want to inform my people of East Central Guadalcanal, you patient, we'll see how best the government will assist us in trying to maintain the road. And this is very important, Mr. Speaker. Constituency below me and one fella, place where very people are hardworking, and we have potentials in many areas, especially agriculture, fisheries, even we are the constituency that Mivalagarem copy, very big farmers copy. Mr. Speaker, I think I may like to express in this one so that I hope that this government will assist my people in near future. Mr. Speaker, we also want to say that our roads in Honiara, me think of me say, if road lo Honiara have good, I think by every province is by good, yeah. But as we all witness and we all always parliament, you me, Baba no say what time now the road blame good, but we hope that our contractors will complete our roads quickly, so that you miss looking provinces, blow you me Baba Hemi come up good with him all the infrastructure in terms of road. Me go sometimes we surprised too what the contractors blame me use him no man gravel, not gravel but swell. Okawam na what the potholes lotawnian, lota. Me little bit sorry will look into you that you me look go but the contractors cover him no malo. Lo swell nothing now. By no last long rain come no good more. So I think it's our part of as leaders of this great nation, government of this great nation, to see your contractors are doing the right thing. Time in the work on the road blaming. I believe very much once road having good logo at the canal, people are provinces by road good too. But suppose same no good law here by everyone, same no manas, so by any complain go. But I wish to thank the government for continuing looking that one and building more roads. Me tokolsem, me happy to yeah, thank him government through the Chinese for wakem tasil them kasem barandena. I think 20 minutes, 30 minutes you kasem gom barande, you kasem gom bokibona. Lo constituency, lo meet wala honorable minister for comments. But ang go mo la road lo meet wala go in land and go na meet wala sa struggle it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I believe very much that infrastructure in terms of road, babayang boosting now, people blow me, pokakam lohoniaran market, and also our economy, babayang grow, local rural areas. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency's speech His Excellency, Mr. Speaker, say the in government institution, the starting of road expansions project is due to bureaucratic inefficiencies, excessive paperwork, and payment disputes must be addressed. Public trust in government institutions is eroded when promises in structure projects fail to materialize. As leaders, we must raise to the challenges, ensuring projects are completed within reasonable time frames. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency's speech from the throne has outlined a bold vision for transformation. However, transformation must be more than rhetoric. It must be actionable, strategic, and results-driven. We must ensure every dollar spent is accounted for, and that our people reap the benefits of responsible governance. Our mandate demands that transparency, accountability, and fiscal discipline. The Public Expenditure Committee stands ready to uphold these principles, ensuring that public spending serves its true purpose, the advancement of our nation and the well-being of our good citizens. Let this House commit to a stronger, more prosperous Solomon Islands, build upon strategies, economic planning, transparent governance, and responsible public expenditure. May our deliberation lead to tangible improvements in the lives of our people. Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for allowing me to briefly contribute to this very important speech from the throne. Thank you too much, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion and I take my seat.
Thank you, Honourable MP for East Central Rural Canal. Let me, with respect, give it the Honourable MP for South New Georgia, South New Georgia, Rendoa Tetepare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing MP for South New Georgia, Rendoa and Tetepare. Speaker, let me talk a little bit along this full motion, along this full speech by His Excellency, the Governor General, and a subsequent motion put on the floor by the Honorable Prime Minister. To thank His Excellency, the Governor General, for delivering the speech from the throne. Mr. Speaker, it reads, we, the National Parliament of Solomon Islands, here assembled beg leave to offer thanks for the speech which has been addressed by His Excellency, the Governor-General, to Parliament on 24 April 2025. Mr. Speaker, following to that, let me offer my gratitude to the Deputy Speaker, the MP for Estonia, for his new role, and the Deputy Prime Minister as well, and the new ministers of the Crown to take up new responsibilities to serve the government and the people of Solomon Islands. On behalf of my people of South New Georgia, Randover and Tipari, I wish to thank God for bringing us together in this meeting of the 12th Parliament to discuss matters of importance to this nation. Also, I wish to thank the Governor-General for the speech in outlining the key issues in relation to the work of the government and the stakeholders of 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Governor-General has reminded all leaders of this House that we are called by our people to lead and to serve them. The nation demands leaders who are willing to sacrifice themselves to serve their people. This is a solemn call, not only to us leaders, but all of us who call Solomon Islands our home. It is our utmost call for duty and under God's guidance that we as leaders must be resolute and dedicated to build a better tomorrow for our generations to come. Mr. Speaker, sir, the speech from the throne has outlined many key issues the government is either engaged in or planning to implement this year. As stated, this Parliament has committed and resolved to these important undertakings for 2025 with one of the highest budget ever of more than $5 billion. Sir, I hope the government utilizes this budget in implementing its policies for the benefit of our people. Whilst on that budget, sir, let me remind the government and all of us to continue and pursue this fiscal policy reform because this is the foundation for greater economic and financial strength. Further, Mr. Speaker, these strong fiscal policies are critical to our current state of financial situation to ensure that we deliver what is doable and achievable in this financial year, rather than presenting an ambitious program that we cannot afford to finance. Mr. Speaker, sir, the speech from the throne also indicated that the government is embarking on 4 key areas of focus that follows economic transformation, infrastructure development, unity and stability, and human capital development. These are important focus areas, Mr. Speaker, but I wish the government places greater emphasis on security as well. So security is an integral part of our development and state building, and I call for a greater investment and commitment by the government in this area. Speaking of security, Mr. Speaker, sir, I noted with appreciation the commitment made so far in pursuing and developing a national security programs. And it is important the government invested in this sector. I say this because security has become a greater concern to us today. We have seen over the last 10 years that security has spiraled to a different level. The complexity of our security environment demands us leaders to address these issues head-on. Take, for instance, Mr. Speaker, climate change, non-communicable disease, where we see about 7 to 8 patients walk the diet maybe every month at our National Referral Hospital. Youth employment, riots, social instability, food security, maritime security, economic insecurity, corruption and international crime coming across our borders. So these are some critical security issues that affect our development. And we as leaders must act together now to defend our sovereignty. I call on the government to pursue immediately the National Security Act, because only then we will have a coordinated governance framework that works to address these issues. Further, Mr. Speaker, the governance structure is important to ensure the Prime Minister and his Cabinet Council to take absolute leadership on all security matters of this country. Let me also remind us leaders that matters of national security must not be compromised for any personal or political interest. We are called to protect the sovereignty of this nation, so let us work together to ensure our people are safe and our nation progress forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, the speech from the throne also highlighted some key undertakings under the Ministry of Commerce, Labour, Immigration and Foreign Investment. Let me say this, Speaker, that a lot of these policies and programs have been said before, and it is sad to note that we have not achieved much. Mr. Speaker, look at the richness of our people, from the land to the sea. Our people need to be empowered to realize their potentials. Our people need to get into the business of doing things to realize their benefits. Our people need to be capacitated to develop their own potentials. We must stop creating difficulties or stopping our people to be actively involved in realizing their potential. Look at what is happening around us today, Mr. Speaker. The locals are now pushed out of the reserve business sectors. Why? We even see our own people cannot even export their resources because a third party is involved. Are we not fit enough? Our people cannot even have access to resources and capabilities to realize their potential to export their resources. And one more big problem, Mr. Speaker. That Mr. Gizo before. Another day we go down along the street, look at shops, look at the local people got a store there, no man now. Foreigners now inside. Another month, also me go down the street one. Another local store and close one. Another foreigner more inside. And then continue also. So me ask myself, what no problem? Is it because of regulations, policies, or laws? So me try to intervene, Mr. Speaker, for putting one policy, only to allow local people to go into retail. But then it comes back and said, I'm discriminatory. So I have to abolish it. But that is what is happening. And Baba you will look normal. Mr. Speaker said, trade is vital for economy. I'm saying this in respect of inter-island trade. Look at history, Mr. Speaker. When we have inter-island shipping services in the past, it makes easier for our rural people. Imagine if we improve on what we have done before and expand its scope to ensure rural people have access to transport. Today, Mr. Speaker, shipping is so difficult for our rural farmers. And we need to look more closely as matter of priority. In the past, we have the government fleet. Staka ship lo government. Why I got connecting with the islands me, so that I got the farmers me sabe get access to them with their products and go to market. This time, no any government fleet now. For over 10 years or 20 years. What farmers blame, we find it very difficult to go to the market for their products. We want for copra buyer before we become lawyer. Staka copra, problem not transport. Business here, me leave him now. Kill him go now. Mr. Speaker, that brings me to another issue. Regarding the foreign owners and foreign owning business in this country. Like in any country in the world, foreign investment is vital for the country's economy and development. We need to see the capital investment in this country. We need to see how many people are employed in such investments. We need to see how many investments are benefiting our people and communities. Mr. Speaker said, foreign investment can be seen in a security lens as well. The international criminal syndicates are using foreign investment to their criminal activities, and we must be vigilant to realize this, Mr. Speaker. Crimes such as money laundering, people trafficking and smuggling, arms movement, and drugs are some of the indicators, and we are not prepared. We will be caught off guard. Mr. Speaker, on this premise, I call on the government as a matter of urgency to review and scrutinize our legislations, our laws, especially the Foreign Investment Act, in order to protect the sovereignty of our country. We are leaders and we cannot be silent and complacent about this important issue that is affecting our country. We must act now. Another thing we like to talk about, Mr. Speaker, that I realized from the excellent speech, there was no mention of important undertakings by the Immigration Division. Mr. Speaker said, our borders are so important to us. And it looks like the government does not have a commitment to our borders in this year's program. I'm saying this because so much talk have go ahead the border management system, but they have no mention in the speech. If we was working on for comprehensive border management framework, Mr. Speaker. Imisabe, Western Province and government surveillance, security, management, border management system not there. But you need him stuck. We need one demo to build Malaita and put to Mogota provincial border office. Not only for bad, in the bad situation, but why we take a good advantage out of it? You should open them up trade too. Demo to with Vanuatu, Western Province and Switzerland with Bougainville. Bougainville is going to have their independence in 2027. Might we got himself a good thing out of that. So border management system must step up a little better, Mr. Speaker. So we like in Prime Minister must look at this one very carefully. Mr. Speaker, our country is a rich nation with diverse cultural heritage, and it is the identity of a nation. So, Mr. Safalo advocates of this matter, and especially the Speaker himself is one of them, my good friend. What's the theme of cultural heritage? And we're happy that we are going that way, yeah? But me concern too, that over the years, there's not much investment by the government to promote, protect, and preserve the cultural heritage of this country. I say this because we have seen the erosion of cultures amongst our young people today, and they have a big concern. Mr. Speaker, may come from closing address for me, but one thing that me like to bring him up from government this time, him concerning Mokata mental illness here. Working on a bill quick time. Or the people blowing me at the wrong street here. This time we multiply now. Once another month you go along road, by looking another new one will come. Next month, another new one will come. I'm going to go big now. They are threat to lives of people here. They are threat to public properties. They are threat to private properties. Yeah? And if you could them act for provide them safety block, protect them over there. This time, young men and over the much people know my goal of this problem here, Noro, you will looking. What's we supposed young girls and over the more come in and stack a lock at that. Me right here. But what now I will do? I urge the government, Mr. Speaker, for quick time formulating one for bill for bring come for imisewa. Safeguard them this for issue ya. Okata citizen for country ya. What people blow me? For me look after Mogata, find them place where they should be. Yeah? The community blow me long. Not only Honera, no every cities or town blow me long, Solmonal and Hungarian. So me call on the government for to look strong law this issue before him get out of hand. So Mr. Speaker, me finish now. Me like talk tango normal people blow me long. South New Georgia, land of Antetepare. Who look after me and me look after Mogata also. So Mr. Representative Mogata law this for chamber for the next period of employee million. And me also like thanking God too, where I'm keeping me strong and healthy for service joining with meetings for the Parliament also. And also finally, I want to thank all of us in this chamber. We will continue to adhere to principles of unity, yeah, dignity and respect for one another. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and I resume my seat.
Thank you. If we give the floor to Honourable Minister for Rural Development and MP for North Malaita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time for talk a little bit. Let me brief no more by the motion and moved by Prime Minister. For me, thank him, Governor General speech from the throne. Mr. Speaker, as the newly appointed Minister for Rural Development and Regional Government, I wish to register my appreciation to the Honourable Prime Minister for having the confidence in me to be responsible for this very important portfolio. Mr. Speaker, overseeing this important ministry will be challenging, Mr. Speaker, as one of the key rural development institutions of the government. By looking at, I think, ministry now and current the biggest or the largest development budget, looking after 50 constituencies and more than 700,000 people for some islands, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, I wish to reaffirm under my leadership the Ministry's commitment in ensuring the important policies and activities of my ministry are undertaken in good time and to ensure that people of this nation do benefit from this in 2025 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the government for ensuring our rural people do participate in the development programs of the country through the Constituency Development Program and the related Constituency Development Fund. However, Mr. Speaker, rural development is a national issue. Knowing that rural development is a national progress. Mr. Speaker, I think according to law, as well as national development strategy, there are four key pillars where I'm related to this. Improve infrastructure and basic service to our rural people. Inclusive economic growth, national stability and good governance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with these four key pillars, I don't know where we are now and how much we achieved since the inception of RCDF or CDF in the late 1990s. Mr. Speaker, I know CDF alone has claimed a significant component of the national development budget till today. Despite these substantial investments, the effectiveness of CDF has been a daily subject of debate inside our streets, believe me, even among our rural market vendors, and even among our government overseas, believe me. Let me take reference, for example, household survey of Noro 2019. I think 46% of total household there, I'd say, and no any positive response from CDF. But let me thank the former GC government and the G-NET government for coming up with this new CDF Act 2023, and where you may currently roll in. Mr. Speaker, I believe we will not replicate the gentle CDF that we have enjoyed till 2022. My ministry will take every step possible to enforce and comply with the CDF Act 2023 with strong measures and conditions when the CDF Act 2020 regulations become available soon. Mr. Speaker, let me report some achievements so far within the ministry. Maybe you all aware that for financial year 2024, that through the Ministry of Finance and Treasury, every constituency is being receiving now 100% of CDF allocation. Look at where I think some of you still are implementing now some projects from last financial year's activities where all come this year. Mr. Speaker, the government aims to see that our people are participating meaningfully in all sectors of development in this country through this constituency development program. Mr. Speaker, on the same note, let me update this Honourable House on the following activities the Ministry has undertaken. The CDF Act 2023, Mr. Speaker, as a legislative and governance reform, Minister of Rural Development in its first quarter of this year has progressed implementation of the CDF Act 2023 through development of standard operation procedures, which serves as guidelines for the administration of CDF by the 50 constituencies. The commencement of the Act has provided the Ministry of Rural Development the regulative oversight over the management and implementation of the Constituency Development Program. This itself is a significant progressive change from the previous practice with CDF. And number two, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to note that all 50 constituencies have their offices now operational and executing their functions as intended under law. The constituency development officers, the project officers, the accountants are now in place and are undertaking their roles in their respective offices and constituencies. Mr. Speaker, as part of my ministry's work on improving the constituency program, capacity development for all constituency officers will be set as a strategic priority to improve effective and efficient service delivery in our rural communities. On that note, a workshop aiming to develop capacities in these offices and socialize the administrative and legislative changes will be held soon by the end of this month, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I call on all constituency officers to make an effort to attend this very important program. Mr. Speaker, on financial capacity of the constituency office, the Ministry has specifically allocated the budget for the 50 constituencies with current expenditure, and we hope this is sufficient to support these offices to undertake their responsibilities for the constituencies. Initial disbursements for this has now been made to most of the constituencies, and grant transfers to remaining constituencies are being undertaken. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, on the update of the setup of the Constituency Development Committee, the Ministry has so far completed appointments for 47 constituency committees. 3 constituencies are yet to provide their nominated persons for the CDCs. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is liaising with these constituencies to do their submissions as soon as possible as required under the CDF Act 2023. Let me remind the members of the CDC that given the role and responsibilities are critical for the strategic direction of the constituency. So it's important that those appointed to each of the Constituency Development Committee to take their roles seriously and execute their mandates with their constituents in a more inclusive and non-discriminating manner. This will ensure that all Somalilanders do benefit from this government program. Mr. Speaker, on the CDF regulations, I am pleased to report that a draft regulation is now reviewed by the Ministry of Rural Development and is now with the Attorney General Chamber for final inputs. It is hoped that the process for gazetting of the long-awaited regulation will be completed by the end of this month, Mr. Speaker. Updates on the constituency programs for 2025, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the activity of 2005, my ministry will focus on the following key ones: civic education. Education has now been initiated as a prominent community activity for the ministry. The Ministry of Rural Development has undertaken in the first quarter within 24 community programs within 8 constituencies. It is my objective, Mr. Speaker, that our people are updated on the work of the ministry and what the government has planned for them. When people are well informed and given the right information, they will make rational decisions which can be beneficial for their progress. For project monitoring and audit, Mr. Speaker, the ministry also has initiated a project monitoring program, and this will be fully implemented in the second half of this year. As part of the reforms within the ministry, financial and operation audits will also be undertaken in all constituencies. My ministry has initiated with one of the constituencies and have worked on the system to implement this in all the constituencies this year as well. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I call on all the constituencies to support and work with my ministry to implement these activities and processes in 2025. I think, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me once again thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to provide this brief on our ministry in response to His Excellency, the Governor General's speech from the throne. Thank you. And
thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable MP for West Arare, have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity for the member for West Arare constituency on behalf of his people, chiefs, men and women, for also contribute to this very important motion moved by the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister, for moving the motion that an address be presented to His Excellency the Governor General as follows. We, the National Parliament of Somaliland, here assembled beg, leave to offer thanks for the speech which has been addressed by His Excellency the Governor General to Parliament on the 24th April 2025. So let me also sincerely thank the Governor General of the Solomon Islands for the traditional speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker, where he delivered Kamlo Lo Imi Lo Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to thank His Excellency for according us and bringing us the warm greetings and special wishes of His Majesty King Charles III to our national parliament, and also the people we represent, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to also thank the Honourable Chief Justice and your good self, Mr. Speaker, for gracing us with your physical presence during the delivery of the traditional speech from the throne. Thank you, Excellency, the Governor-General, for your continuous reminder and encouragement to us members of the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive of our important responsibilities, and more so, our responsibility to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, Emosem Tati Bloimi, Governor-General, second time he come, and him come encouraging me, and him stop waiting with me. Through the speech of the throne, Mr. Speaker, me very humbled and encouraged by just a question, Mr. Speaker. Let me at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, for also congratulate him, Honourable Member of Parliament for East Honiara, Mr. Speaker, East Honiara constituency, for his appointment for me, Deputy Speaker, for helping me, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations, MP East Honiara. On the same note, me also like for congratulate him on behalf of my people, Mr. Speaker, my good friend and brother, member of Parliament for South La Vela constituency, for promotion to him and appointment as the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. We wish you well, and by me, I pray for you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, in your role and capacity for leading country in your position as Deputy Prime Minister. I also wish to congratulate the newly appointed Ministers of the Crown. Big responsibility by Mifala people of Western Island continue as usual prayer for Ifala in this capacity to deliver and to love our people of Solomon Islands in your capacity and responsibility as Ministers of the Crown, Mr. Speaker. So, me support him and like him to must now call Law Excellency the Governor-General, where he call upon all ministers of the Crown, Mr. Speaker, for take ownership of genetic policies. Him clear now. Take ownership of him, Mr. Speaker. And let me further tell him out, Mr. Speaker, since they are not just mere government initiatives, but they are solemn commitments to the people of Solomon Islands, Mr. Speaker. Earlier speakers have me also reiterate him, and me no hesitant for me repeat him come him very important. That is the responsibility where you carry for our people on behalf of Parliament, a solemn commitment, Mr. Speaker, to our people. Your challenge is to implement and deliver your GNET policies to our people in goods and services is a good one. Make sure your delivery is timely and causing the intended outcomes on the lives of our people. Hemlohan you now, you Minister, you have your policy, your action plan for the year, you deliver. Deliver look at people in your ministries under your budget 2025, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Prime Minister has recorded 2 motions of no confidence against his GNET government. Through one, Prime Minister. Through one. To follow now, you record him. Make sure he not third more. Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, you for you doing everything, make him no motion of no confidence. So, time me reflect on him, Mr. Speaker, on motions, and me observe him a number of things, Mr. Speaker. And me, like for me, asking me several question or saying, what time cause a motion of no confidence? What na him cause him? And okata who na cause him, Mr. Speaker? Okat question niya meeting round, Mr. Speaker. And motion of no confidence, Mr. Speaker, for the last 15 years, where Mr. Parliament, hem noma. It's business as usual in this Parliament. Motion of no confidence. Or the reasons for hem noma, attitude, characters waiting, Mr. Speaker, hem noma. Lomi. Me talk osem because me come in the Parliament in 2010. And motion hem noma, Mr. Speaker. Me look lo possible causes motion of no confidence, Mr. Speaker, as imitola sabe good fala, imtol family waiting one fala, I'm now trust and confidence in the leadership and in each other. Imtol lo parliament leadership, lo government leadership, then okata minister too. Current confidence no more. Imi 50 members here, 49 currently, Mr. Speaker. Imi 7 no more, what na hem koko on? Amongst ourselves, between ourselves, look at the areas also, Mr. Speaker. The other possible cause, Mr. Speaker, non-performance, maybe by the Prime Minister. And look at the cabinet ministers for him. So some fella, look at the server too. Look at the no happy. Hence, himself lead to motion of no confidence. But what not talk about motion, Mr. Speaker? By me tell him come. My 15 years experience of motion of no confidence, Mr. Speaker. Alleged corruption within Mogata ministries, corruption in government. Maybe some fellow no happy. Ay, mane tu motion, him tu motion. Ay, me waste time no more. That could be a cause, Mr. Speaker. Then leadership envy, jealous. My everyone here like for Prime Minister no more. I'm no motion of no confidence. Stakaman, okata die for Prime Minister too much. Okat no sa talim niya. Prime Minister, stakana jealous lo you. Okata like for Prime Minister, hey. Kinuwan fala noma, then you miss fala, you mean minister. Start a life for minister too much too. If you get no minister, you get no happy. And you get no system quite, Mr. Speaker. Him too, him motion of no confidence. You get no sabe. Patient, okata no sabe tolerate because okata die too much for okata mas minister. Good. Time you hankering for him awesome na him good make him you deliver. Make him you cast him office. Make him you lead him okata public servants in no ministry. Me talk awesome because I was once a minister, Mr. Speaker. Disagreements and disputes as well, Mr. Speaker, amongst parties and groups within the government. Him sa cause him too. O kata groups ya, o kata parties ya, o kata tu pata no happy lo each other go by him boil up. O kata no sabi even some fella see eye to eye now. Selmani bata taful ay ko sabran out too, Mr. Speaker. But hem economy belum mi follow Central Malita. So hem good not dispute disagreement hem stop make him reconciliation hem is come. So those are some of the things where we look him hemi cause him motion of no confidence, Speaker. Hemi possible causes, Mr. Speaker. Who na him cause him? Ay man outside or what's that cause him too, yeah? But you me members now in the 49 members, you me. some fella at different levels. Mr. Speaker, you mean not awesome, because you mean not stable, you mean not mature, you mean not tolerate, you mean not say patient, because we don't have the heart where you mean speaking for this country no more. It's something else. Mr. Speaker, me find him 15 years from me. So, supporters and sponsors of groups and parties in government, okata no happy by okata, pero kami mitu ya. This time, him level change. First time, him level different motion of no confidence, him okata nature. Things happen level different. Second term, lomi him level different. Him change, kasi today him para change too. The last two motions of no confidence were Prime Minister hemi toklo hem lo motion. Him para different too. What na him cause him? What gave rise to them, Mr. Speaker? Very different from the terms that I mentioned, Mr. Speaker. So, okata manwe, okata also support him, okata party, say, okata tu no say happy. Maybe okata no receive him, okata duty exemptions. Okata no receive him what he promised, okata, Mr. Speaker. So, then, a strong desire of the MPs to be ministers and portfolio, or the portfolio. You mean here, yeah, you mean come for lo parliament, you mean minister, you mean lo government, you mean must minister. I some fella you mean back page no more. Living some fella. Or the minister no more. Rawa owam too. Preference of me must take him this portfolio. That has been going on for the last 15 years. What name special of that portfolio? You, that died for him too much, yeah. You mean having no more people out there on the street, they know. They know the portfolios, Mr. Speaker. So that one too, hemi cost him. Imtalo no have a sit down point and go, imtalo no understand, Mr. Speaker. Dollar, power, hunger, hemi also inside local motions of no confidence. People blame tell say, oh, okatamania motion of no confidence, fundraise more, yeah?
Just a point of order, Honourable MP for West Arare. I refer to Standing Order 3770. The matter that motion here is on the speech delivered by His Excellency on the 24th. The subject that you are dwelling on was not covered under the speech from the throne by His Excellency Governor General. With due respect, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your room is taken. I am speaking on the coverage of stability of our country. So I'm not by military, but I'm go outside him. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. The stability of our country that Governor General him like him. Imtol maskasim. Mi ko sabna bata mi lebeto ko tok something lebet slide to him now. Speaker hemi guide me. Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. And so it is because of the policies we have that causes us not to be stable. It is because we are not adhering to party disciplines, Mr. Speaker. That is why our country is not stable, because we do not have stable base. That one na milay fuko kasimya. Imi kam lo parties, but number two, we've been looking for stability of this country. What will cause us to be stable so that we go into stable governance to our country and we can deliver without him to worry or something. That is being alluded to by His Excellency, Mr. Speaker. And so the party systems we have, no one respects him. Imtel must respect the party, Mr. Speaker. So, and if Imtel for current stability, him must start with Imtel. At the end, earlier speakers, they have mentioned that we need to amend ourselves so that we are stable, so that when we make appropriate amendments, in our legislations, they ask, Mr. Speaker, for stability lo country blame imtala, then imtala, hem start lo imtala, Mr. Speaker. That is important, and I really support that notion, Mr. Speaker. So, stability hem come from imtala no maya. I think those that we have been long, many times now in this parliament, we know what stability is. What this country needs in terms of according yourself as a stable MP for supporting Prime Minister with him or what the policy, Mr. Speaker. On this side, hem alternate government as him told Savina, hem opposition alternate government, hem current alternate policy, manifesto. So him also believe that one. Like if there is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, where instability, hem cause him, then opposition side, as an alternate government, hem will look like, oh, time for me to deliver. An opportunity, a space for maybe me fall implementing what the policies from me fall where, me fall sit down waiting, believe him, Mr. Speaker. That is where I am, Mr. Speaker. Me party man, me believe him no man now. Me believe that party hem move, hem cause him stability, Mr. Speaker. At the moment, it's not with the individuals, Mr. Speaker, and that is what our Governor General has reminded us beautifully that Imtala must put him country first time, cause him stability, so that Imtala deliver, our government deliver to our people, Mr. Speaker. So, Prime Minister to call where Hemi call you for Imtala Lulu stability. They can come back, they can come inside the Parliament, Prime Minister, the Political Party Integrity Act. They can come. Make him Imtala, amend him. Make him Hemi give him strength and basis law of that party. Where Hemi also look after Okata Imtala MPs, Mr. Speaker. Time Imtala party. As some earlier speakers alluded to, Mr. Speaker, party in no respect him, by him causing instability, lot as well, Honourable House here, Mr. Speaker, and that one for implementing more the policies, blame Tola, government for him deliver by him no in that situation, Mr. Speaker. So the Governor General again. In this second speech from the throne, Hemi come and remind him lo national motto of country blimtola. To lead is to serve. To lead is to serve. And Imtala leaders, Imtala lead, and Imtala said, Mr. Speaker, that is the national motto. This is the guiding principle of our nation, Mr. Speaker, and we are called for Imtala uphold him and adhere to. It is important, Mr. Speaker. Suppose Imtala no karim that purpose, that motto hem no part Imtala, by heart for Imtala save by heart for Imtala cause him, okay, the things where this country hem need him in terms of goods and services, Mr. Speaker. So, national transformation, the Governor General has, in his traditional speech, Mr. Speaker, again, Hemi Ekom now desire for the government of national unity and transformation, GNAT, for short, for reshaping our economic, social, cultural, spiritual, and political landscape through 4 strategic pillars. Economic transformation, cited, infrastructure development, unity and stability, human capital development, Mr. Speaker. Now, okata pillars ya, for falanya, hemi baro komantumas ya, okata man local man, okata sawekud lo okata pillars ya. So, for okata pillars ya, hemi strong, and hemi calm strong foundation, then there is a need for real budgetary resources for hemi kolokata. Paimtal puputim mokata, imta totoklohem, but if transferable resources through the budget, hemi no kolokata, imta totok natin, Mr. Speaker. Paimta no san deliver o kata pillars here in terms of what they stand for, Mr. Speaker. Lo economic transformation, Mr. Speaker. Imta look lo economic, the growing of our economy. Hem need resources here. Imta sabi imta totokol hem finish, Mr. Speaker. Reprioritize and redirection for imta continue for redirecting budget here. Limited resources imta la karem. We've been talking on this for many years, Mr. Speaker. Imta commit the right and appropriate budgetary resources, Mr. Speaker, and Imta defending that commitment. That one hemi absent to Masya, him absent. Okay, the colleagues were in stay long enough for Parliament. If was Imta make a budget no more. Him save failing Imta no more over budget, especially time over the cuts come inside more. Let's redirect. Let's reprioritize. Prime Minister. I think that is the goal waiting our Governor General in his speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, implementing policy. Okay, the ministry staff, implementing equitable and accountable delivery of infrastructure to all provinces and constituencies. That is the responsibility, and under that pillar, Mr. Speaker. Building over the road, over the bridges, wharves, and airports for hemi connecting Imtola and uniting our islands countries, Mr. Speaker. Imtola over the country islands, yeah. Suppose Imtola sa building over something, yeah, under that pillar infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, then country blame Imtola, go for this unite. Yeah. Imtola government must unite him through the infrastructure, yeah, Mr. Speaker. Support shipping companies that are effective and efficiently serving our people. The former Minister of Finance had me say, Emi West now. Or at the MID, or at the TECM funding for the CP, or at the machine, no man now. Em no waka. Yeah, the way him tell a dream, the way him tell approach him, Mr. Speaker. But the need by him no sabe go. Shipping services in our country by him no sabe go because him tell islands. Unless him tell go, him tell take him independency, one for island celebrate, one for island celebrate. But time him tell islands of a nation, him tell must connect him. Shipping must go. Government must look out them way policy. How now by him to continue for saving people blame tell make him okay one. That is the point me like for hit him under this infrastructure development, Mr. Speaker. And so him to continue for supporting our shipping services to our people. Support him to airline blame tola. My airline to connect, okay, airports blame tola, Mr. Speaker. Responsibility of our government, Mr. Speaker, under the community service application can't say no. We have to connect, we have to save our people, and one means for him to save him through our airports, Mr. Speaker, and our airlines in already current Mr. Speaker. I think the companies blame the shipping where take him grants and osemia machine loan name blocked the system the private name blocked him na him korong him block constituency him block government under the ministry suppose him tell to mosen by him ko him straight no me just the way time the former Minister of Finance him say member him no come make okay something no now because no any budget for him continue for sustaining over them, Mr. Speaker. So leadership, Mr. Speaker, commitment to our national unity and stability, by him always our goal. How not by him policies, Mr. Speaker. Leadership, him must make him commitment for him to ensure country him stay united and him stable. That is our golden goal, Mr. Speaker. And so IMTAL must continue for supporting unity and stability institutions inside lo country IMTAL, inside lo structure. Supporting the church now work hard for peace. Every people IMTAL for stop united, Mr. Speaker. government look at the policy, or who now, or the development partners below you locally, that or support him, that aspiration, that goal of unity and stability. So, need for looking effective support to our provinces. Put him, make him provinces, or a strong one. Mr. Speaker, traditional leaders blame to men and women, and okata people blame to everyone, Mr. Speaker. That is important. Low human capital development, Mr. Speaker, me looking that to provide him that quality education continuously for okata people blame to ensure that okata receiving free education. Live okata, Mr. Speaker, at the moment. Families struggle, MPs imtol save. That imami run come because him no sustain now. And so him calls him that okata film injustice loketa, Mr. Speaker, and they come to the rescue of constituencies. And thank you, government, for that matter through the constituencies development funding where Minister Hem Toto finished him now lebet assist. But I think government can do more and can do better in this space, Mr. Speaker. In the human capital blame Mr. Speaker, through quality health services, continue for providing healthy facilities, services, Mr. Speaker, so that they become good, healthy citizens, so that they will certainly be guaranteed a capacity to provide what is required of them in our growth and economic development, Mr. Speaker. So, me golo strategic policy pillars blame to so hemi kamlo sector and him make him simple and the speech from the throne for 2025 hemi summarize him now. It's another action plan for Okata ministry. Every Okata plan blue here. You have another action plan law ministry 2025 and you also have your action plan law the appropriation, the budget 2025. That is your yardstick. For him measuring you perform, or the outcome where him budgeted for and resources provided for him. And those that come out of this paper, Mr. Speaker, and me also joining other colleagues here, me Parliament ministers take heed of this one because him like him Governor General, His Excellency, for him come next year, him change him report for him. Make him report straight now. Look at something here. You know report look at now. It's done. Yeah, deputy, it's done. Awesome. Then report for him more positive and him addressing real life situation for people. So ministries they have no complaint. Everything him guided here, Mr. Speaker. And so the fundamental sector, the productive sector, social sector, resource sector, okata minister, savelo sector below you, and you drive him. Save in a sector. Okata plans below him, policies below him. You are within these sectors, for sector, yeah, you make sure you deliver. Lo fundamental sector, six fala ministry lo dia, Mr. Speaker. Me no need for worry me lo read him out. For fala ministry lo dia, lo fundamental. You have your policies, you implement them for saving people blame tola. Mr. Speaker. The protective sector, you can 7 fellow ministry lodia, the protective sector. And now you deliver, you implement your protective sector policies, Mr. Speaker. Social sector, you have 6 fellow key stakeholders lodia, ministries, Mr. Speaker. You have your policies. And social sector, there are 4 key partners in the resource sectors, and you total them up, 24. Every ministry covered, and every ministry here, supposed to implement, and guided by this one, implement him, Mr. Speaker, let's deliver. I think that one now, in terms of our our challenges. So, something for imtalalu lukulahem, where hemi should mesam noma or kata ministries blimtala. Those that imtala no dream now, let's pull up our socks and imtal dream this time. Let's start again. And let's continue for imtala implement so that hemi go. Imtal no living mawata project, hemi carried out into another year. No more project no year, must finish now. Must finish this year, imtal deliver. Programs blow to follow year, hem to follow year. Imtal no make him hemi 3, 4, 5 years, no more. That is normal to us, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, you put him stop lot that one, make him imtala tilibom okata project imtal. So resources hemi very important, and I understand Janet hemi in that direction, hem that focus, where you reprioritize him okata budget imtala. Put him and imtala achieve something. Yeah? So was normal by imtala report him samfala areas where imtala no touch lahem, imtala no catch up lahem, Mr. Speaker. So, me know like for board you on those ministries, hemi detail now as me outlining, and what you have done. Continue with them good implementation of policy, make them continue for tassim people blame. So, ministries, me like for training others that talk first time, especially this side, government, people, whole Solomon Islands. Yeah, at the moment, hemi no awesome. The nature of implementation of the government projects and programs sometimes no more. Me follow law opposition. I for one, hemi RCT abnormal, hem kakam lo Western area. Hem normal me lo government hem. Others no more now because me no sa stable government, Mr. Speaker. Hemi simple awesome and other colleagues lo here. Hemi sense you are the government for Solomon Islands and our people. Same. Foreign policy blame Prime Minister, me like for congratulate him, Chinatlahem, and particularly the Honourable Minister, hard working and powerful Minister of Foreign Affairs for look after every development partners blame every friends blame and you continue stand with him this foreign policy blame friend to all, enemy to none. Let's continue to have them for help him in our development aspirations, Mr. Speaker. So, one fella law ministry normal called by the leader of the opposition for PRC constituency fund in law 2023 for report him come. Audited minister you talk him, you new minister come out with him. Because you meet for 2024, 2023, Mr. Speaker, me also training Okata we request him report let him come out here because me para miss out. Okata officers na Okata take him block West Area. And that's the way me like him report him come, Mr. Speaker. For him to look him so that we responsibly accord him gratitude friendly PRC for to help him but at the moment this report need for him come out and I call upon you Prime Minister for you doing that justice for those that me for questions, Mr. Speaker. Legislative program, Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the Bills and Legislation Committee, 9 bills inside of this speech from the throne. Me look forward to him, Mr. Speaker, and those that in the speech of 2024, me also look forward to him for him come law committee. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition and Prime Minister talk specifically the standing orders 43.7 and 44.4, also 48.4. Hemi-clear, and but Speaker, for you giving come decision below him and the position so that me as the chair of the Bills and Legislation Committee, him have given me is work me as the chairman. But me look him okay the standing orders here, him use him shall shall. 43.7, Mr. Speaker, sorry, 43.7, hemi totoklo ipa hemi o kata bill pa hemi touch lo kata o usim o kata selen lo basket lo imtola, then summarize him come lo bills. That is the requirement, and me looking him straight one, ma every bill for him come by. Make him time him tell put him go, ma him go now. Selen lo him by him tell seven now. Him need him budget, Mr. Speaker. So, but the call here, and I, as the chairman of the Bills and Legislation Committee, also join the Honourable Prime Minister and leader of the opposition and those that they have made that call, Mr. Speaker, for you helping me follow law decision for me follow work for long term. So, me like for also thank him about the permanent secretaries and staff of our ministries, 24 of them, and the government agencies for the support of the Kevin law government and to our people through the implementation of the government policies. Okay, development partners for continue for helping me, Mr. Speaker. Me also like for thanking our provincial premiers and people of our provinces for the part they play in the nation building, Mr. Speaker, our traditional leaders and our people that are supporting members of parliament particularly, and the work that they continue to do behind the scene to really push the development aspirations of our country. Our church leaders and our Christian people throughout the country, Mr. Speaker, we thank them. They are with us always, every day, praying for us, especially of the leaders. I understand they can priority list block at the prayer intentions block at the Mr. Speaker. Men and women, youths, and the people with them special needs in our country, they play their part in our economic and also economic aspiration and policy implementations, Mr. Speaker. Last but not the least, Mr. Speaker, me like again thank him, Your Excellency, the Governor General, for the speech from the throne, and thank the Prime Minister for this motion, where he enable me for me respond to the speech from the throne, and Mr. Speaker, waiting that one, and me thank you for the opportunity. I support the motion and I receive the message.
Thank you, Honourable MP for West Are. We give the floor first to the Honourable Minister for Home Affairs and MP for Shortland. Welcome back to the 12.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to the speech from the throne delivered by His Excellency the Governor General on 24th April 2025. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Governor General, His Excellency Sir Reverend David Tivakapu, for delivering the speech from the throne on 24th April 2025. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Home Affairs continue to contribute in providing conducive environment for sustainable social economical development in Solomon Islands. The strategic objective of my ministry is to strategize policies and systems for efficiencies and effectiveness. Speaker, sir, the following assessment responsibilities and management roles are assigned to my ministry: citizenship services, gaming and lottery services, liquor license services, cinematography services, NGO compliance services, birth registration services, death registration services, marriage registration services, sports development services, and corporate management services. Mr. Speaker, under corporate service and administration, my ministry ensures that there is improved, effective realignment of human resource at top-level management and realization of team spirit dynamics. This year, 2025, my ministry has commenced with a review its strategic plan for years 2021 to 2025 by developing the appropriate terms of reference, task force membership, work plan and budget. For this year 2025, my ministry has in place relevant annual work plan and procurement plan. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has also completed and now implementing an internal budget formulation tool and a revised human resource development plan for this year 2025 and beyond. My ministry has an annual leave roster for 2025 and has recently compiled a report on the overview of the ministry, as we have now finalized a draft of the Ministry of Home Affairs annual report for 2024. Mr. Speaker, this year my ministry undertakes the necessary review, reorganizing and finalization of job descriptions for deputy secretaries, divisional heads. 4 of our divisional heads are now in service contract arrangements, and they are the Registrar of the Civil Registration Division, the Director of Civil Affairs Division, the Director of Sports Division, and the Human Resource Manager. There is also an improved and realized effective reporting structure within the Ministry of Home Affairs, now where all weekly, quarterly, and annual reports are updated. Mr. Speaker, on the civil affairs front, the implementation of the Citizenship Act 2018 and Citizenship Oaths, Pledges and Fees Regulation 2019 has been smooth and exciting. The Citizenship Commission is also fully functional, and required meetings were lawfully conducted in the course of this year, 2025. The Citizenship Appeal Board is also fully functional, and it continued to convene meetings when the need arises. All citizenship approvals are granted accordingly to the provisions of the Citizenship Act 2018. The Citizenship Oaths, Pledges and Fees Regulations 2019 and its processes. Mr. Speaker, from April 2024 to now April 2025, my ministry, through the Civil Affairs Division, received a total of 83 applications for citizenship. The total applications approved is 50, the total applications refused is 12, and the total applications deferred is 21. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Home Affairs, through Civil Affairs Division, continues to administer national public holidays under the Public Holidays Act Cap 151, and the administration of church ministers to celebrate births, marriages, and deaths under the Birth, Marriages and Death Legislation Cap 169. My ministry also continues to facilitate the registration of church ministers to register under the same Act. Mr. Speaker, as from April 2024 until now, April 2025, my ministry, through Civil Affairs Division, registered a total of 149 church ministers and from 11 churches. The churches are the Anglican Church of Melanesia, the United Church Solomon Islands, the Christian Fellowship Church, the South Sea Evangelical Church, the Roman Catholic Church, the God's Remnant Church, the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, the New Apostolic Church, the Agawa Freedom Church, Potter's Church House, and the Destiny Governing Church International. Mr. Speaker, the development of the non-government organization NGO policy is one priority policy objective of the Government of National Unity and Transformation, GNUT. The Inter-Ministerial Task Force responsible for the development of the NGO policy stands ready to conduct the required principal consultations and therefore to produce consultation reports once the required resources are available. Now, my ministry is consultation with the Policy and Monitoring and Evaluating Unit of the Office of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. We'll be liaising with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and External Trade of New Zealand, Ministry of Finance and Treasury, and the Central Bank of Solomon Islands on accessibility of funding to meet GNAT priority policies. Mr. Speaker, the review of the Cinematographic Act, CAP 137, is also another priority policy objective of the GNAT. The Inter-Ministry Task Force is ready to proceed with its scheduled meetings, and once a consultant is engaged, he or she will develop a methodology and a legal assessment report for representation to the Inter-Ministry Task Force. Mr. Speaker, on July 7th this year, 2025, my ministry will be hosting the 47th Independence Anniversary celebrations, which spread all over 2 days with 2 different celebration programs. The first day of celebration will feature a national Thanksgiving church service program. The second day of celebration highlights the official parade ceremony, which will take place with a float parade. The budgetary allocation for this 47th Independence Anniversary celebration is 2.4 million Solomon dollars. Mr. Speaker, there is also be 2 side events along the main national event, namely a mini trade show to be held by Ministry of Commerce, Industries, Labour and Immigration, and the National Cultural Show to be led by Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Mr. Speaker, one of the priority policy of the GNAT is to establish a framework of civil registration, and my ministry is fully consultation with the Attorney General's Chambers, has completed the process of drafting the Civil Registration Bill 2025, and it has been endorsed by Cabinet earlier this year, 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Civil Registration Bill 2025 forms part of the government's legislative program for 2025, and my ministry stands ready to bring before this Honourable House the Civil Registration Bill 2025 during the 2025 session. Mr. Speaker, another priority policy of the GNAT is to develop the national identity system for the Solomon Islands, and my ministry has already transmitted a cabinet paper to the National Identification System for consideration and endorsement. Civil registration will continue to provide the fundamental for a national identity system by providing accurate and verified information about individuals, especially at birth. Mr. Speaker, once the national identification system is developed and fully functional, it will provide a unique identifier for each individual and citizen, and it will be used for various administrative and social purposes. Mr. Speaker, on routine basis, the civil registry staff continues to facilitate the collections of applications, daily data inputs, and functions from birth and death registration certificates. Likewise, all operating requirements are fully completed, and the facilitation of issuing of birth and death certificates continue. Mr. Speaker, the population of Solomon Islands is about 721,455 people, and so far my ministry has registered about 228,557 births, which is about 31% of the total population of Solomon Islands. In terms of future projections, with the current trend, birth registrations will reach 60% of the total population in the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, my ministry continues to facilitate donor support funding by carrying out spot check done to verify the use of donor funds. The exercise involved verifies costs and expenses, and the ministry to provide transaction list to audit team at Ministry of Finance and Treasury and Finance. Sports Division. Mr. Speaker, my Ministry of Home Affairs also continue with the GNAT policy priority on development of provincial sports infrastructure in the provinces. This includes the construction, upgrade and maintenance of sports stadiums and fields in the provinces. Mr. Speaker, the Sports Division in my ministry is developing the Noro Park Sports Dressing and Fitness Center. This year, my ministry has allocated 1.5 SPD dollars for the construction and completion of the Dressing and Fitness Center. Once the Noro Tuna Park Sports Dressing and Fitness Center is completed, it will be beneficial to the people of Western Province in terms of the development of sports and recreation. Mr. Speaker, the sports division in my ministry also continue to focus more on the monitoring and evaluation in respect of the implementation of the National Sports and Recreation Policy 2021 to 2035 in ensuring that sports and recreation develops in Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker, this year, 2025, the subdivision and grant budget support under the recurrent head of the Solomon Islands National Sports Council, NSC, is $61 million SPD. This funding support is intended for the NSC capacity strengthening and reconstructing. The restructure of the NSC was approved by Cabinet and it was implemented in phases. Mr. Speaker, in terms of governance, Cabinet has approved the NSC Strategic Plan 2023 to 2032, which is aligned with the National Sports and Recreation Policy 2021 to 2035. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight here that the approved restructure of the NSC is critical to managing the South Pacific Games facilities. Now the number of employees of the NSC has increased and now at 96 and will further increase in the future. Mr. Speaker, 13 national federations have registered last year in 2024 in line with the Solomon Islands National Sports Council Act of 1988, and 13 other national federations were registered this year, 2025. This is the positive way forward on the part of the national federations in compliance with the governance requirement of the NSC. Mr. Speaker, my ministry through NSC has developed and approved 14 sports policies to regulate foot protection, head protection, hazardous substance, anti-doping, athlete privacy, priority sports, athlete carding, draft service level arrangements, National Aquatic Center finance, pool access, pool plant, continual professional development, use of mobile phones, use of vehicles, and etc. Mr. Speaker, recently my ministry through NSC has signed an agreement with King George VI School to provide preferential and free access to the facilities of the East End Sports Park. NSC has also signed an agreement with SINU to cover wide collaborations in the future. NSC has also developed and implemented venue hire and lease arrangements for the facilities. Mr. Speaker, on high performance, my ministry through NSC has developed pathways for athletes, coaches, and technical officials. The CINIS was registered through NSC as a member of the Association of Sports Performance Center to provide networking opportunities to improve high performance support to athletes and coaches. Mr. Speaker, my ministry through NSC has also developed a clear talent program covering screening, identification, development, and selection of 10 sets of sports, specific tests to be done by national federations, sets of tests and activities to support physical education were also developed. Mr. Speaker, one of the GNAT 100-day policy is for the National Housing Authority to transfer the Games facilities to the NSC. So far, 8 of the 2023 Pacific facilities were handed over to the NSC. Mr. Speaker, my ministry through NSC has also developed higher fees for venue hire, meeting room hire, equipment hire, and membership fees. Standard operational procedure and emergency evacuation procedure were developed. An online booking system for facilities were finalized. The National Tennis Centre as a bronze centre was registered with the International Tennis Federation. Mr. Speaker, my ministry through NSC hosted the following international sports events between April last year, 2024, and now April 2025. May 2025. The qualifier of Taekwondo for the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Australia and Solomon Islands football tests. OFC Women's Football Championships. Working for Health regional meetings. Qualification in floorball with 4 nationals for the floorball under-18 World Championships. Joy's under-19 versus Solomon Island matches. Oceania Rugby Sevens Championships. MSG MP's Cup. OFC Women's Cup Championships. And inaugural OSBA under-18 Beach Volleyball Championships. Mr. Speaker, my ministry through NSC will be hosting the following upcoming international sports events in Honiara this year, 2025. The OFC Men's Football Championships, the Melanesian Basketball Cup, and the Pacific Cup in hockey. Mr. Speaker, this year, 2025, my ministry through the National Sports Council and Sports Division and Ministry of Education and Human Resources will be delivering the Solomon Islands National Sports Games at the end of June 2025 and the beginning of July 2025, and it will involve 50 schools playing only 5 sports. My ministry budget for the sports event is $3 million Solomon dollars. Mr. Speaker, on the corporate service front, I wish to highlight that there was a transfer of 68 senior staff from the National Hosting Authority to the NSC, and the recurrent staff structure of the NSC will be reviewed to be in the line with the Cabinet approval. Honourable City Council. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Home Affairs plays an oversight role over Honourable City Council and ensure appropriate support is put forth to the governing role of the ministry, to the Minister, to the Honourable City Council as the local governing body of Honiara Township. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable City Council continues to implement the Honourable City Ordinance that keeps our city clean, beautiful and safe to live in. The Honourable City Council must continue to have law enforcement officers who are disciplined, trained, ethical and professional. The following Honourable City Ordinance are being administered and implemented by the Honourable City Council. The Building Ordinance 1984, the Hawkers Ordinance 1965, the Litter Ordinance 2009, Market Ordinance 2009, the Park and Recreation Grounds Ordinance 1960, the Ice and Aerated Water Factory 1965, the Bakeries Ordinance 1965, the Car Park Ordinance 1997, the Cemetery Ordinance 1997, the Provision of Sale of Traditional Artifacts Ordinance 1984, the Dogs Ordinance, the Regulation of Business License Ordinance 2011, the Beetle Nut Free Zone Ordinance 2023, the Regulation of Business License Conditions on No Use of Tints on Public Service Vehicles 2024, and the Maximum Fixed Penalty Regulations 2023. Mr. Speaker, Honourable City Council had been implementing its ordinance but often faced with some challenges over the years. I therefore urge residents and visitors of Honiara to respect the rule of law, especially with the uncontrolled selling, spitting and throwing of betel nut wastes and littering. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable City Council must also work closely with the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Survey and Ministry of Infrastructure and Development to redesign and develop our Honourable City, especially in the areas of sports facilities, public amenities, road signs, public spaces, greenery, and etc. Mr. Speaker, overcrowding and squattering settlements has impacted our Honiara City. to a certain extent, especially the potential to redesign and develop our Honiara city. Appropriate policy and laws must be developed by appropriate ministry to govern and regulate temporary occasional.
Thank you. Point of order, Honourable Member, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is now 4:30 p.m. I seek your consent to move a suspension of Standing Order 10 in accordance with Standing Order 81.
Leave is granted, Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Standing Order 10 be suspended in accordance with Standing Order 81 to permit the continuation of business until adjourned by the Speaker in accordance with Standing Order 10.5.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, unless any other member wishes to comment on this motion, I will put the question. And the question is that Standing Order 10 be suspended in accordance with Standing Order 81 to permit the continuation of business until adjourned by the Speaker in accordance with Standing Order 10.5. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Standing Order 10 therefore stands suspended, and we may continue this business until adjourned by the Speaker in accordance with Standing Order 5. Honourable Minister, you may wish to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honiara City Council must also work closely. Mr. Speaker, overcrowding and squattering settlements has impacted our Honiara City to a certain extent, especially the potential. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my ministry to the Honiara City Council and the Ministry of Environment has finalized a site for the landfill of Honiara City near Mount Austin based on technical and economic perspective. However, this is subject to further discussion with Guadalcanal Province and other users of the area near the proposed site, including Solomon Water. Mr. Speaker, a new cemetery for Honiara City is critically important. A portion of plot 191-052-184 at Gilbert Camp had been earmarked as the new site for the new cemetery for the Honiara City. Mr. Speaker, ideally a master plan must be prepared by the appropriate ministry for the whole parcel, showing the most appropriate layout for access for the two main government projects, hospital and cemetery, and any other government projects and the land use that may be appropriate to the area. The master plan can then be put to the Guadalcanal Planning and Development Board for consideration and approval. Mr. Speaker, on the need to improve accessibility to the new cemetery site, once the master plan is ready, the appropriate ministry responsible must carry out the required assessment on the road and the bridge through to the new cemetery site at Gilbert Camp, and then carry out the needed maintenance and improvement as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, on the need to evict the squatter settlements in and around the new cemetery site, the challenge is now is how to effectively enforce the laws. Mr. Speaker, once the master plan and cemetery site is accessible by road, the Honiara City Council cemetery team will be able to go in and map out the new cemetery plan that includes footpaths, separating burial ground from adults and children, graves laid out to be organized, and no shelter to be built on top of graves. The new cemetery area will accommodate the cemetery and a cremation facility and a church. Mr. Speaker, the finalization and the implementation of the new Honiara City Council Financial Management Ordinance by the third quarter of this year, 2025, will ensure the revenues and expenditure of the Honiara City Council are administered and managed properly into the future. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that once the Honiara City Council Financial Management Ordinance is enforced, it will ensure for the first time that transparency and accountability and credibility in financial management is adhered to, and it will rebuild the trust and confidence of Honolulu City Council as a competent local governing authority. The Constituency Boundary Commission. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has fully reviewed the Constituency Boundary Commission's report of 2009 and produced the review of the 2009 Constituency Boundary Commission's report. The review of the 2009 Constituency Boundaries Commission report is very important, especially the recommendation contained therein. The review report will be tabled in Cabinet and thereafter in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I once again thank the Governor-General, His Excellency, Sir Reverend David Tiva Kapu, for delivering the speech from the throne on 24th April 2025. I also thank the Prime Minister, Honorable Jeremiah Malele, MP, for his excellent leadership, and the Government of National Unity and Transformation, GNAT. To conclude, I would like to acknowledge and thank God Almighty. And before the day ends, I would like to wish my lovely wife a beloved happy birthday as she turns a year older today. May God bless Solomon Islands from shore to shore. And on behalf of my people of Shortland Islands constituency, I support the motion and I resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. You floor to Honourable Deputy Prime Minister first, and I will conclude the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to briefly contribute to the motion moved by the Prime Minister on this speech by His Excellency, the Governor-General, to Parliament on the 24th of April 2025. Mr. Speaker, my contribution will be brief, as there are other colleague members who would like to take their time as well. But first of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Prime Minister for trusting me, for taking this for second in command, and also the GNAT government for and trusting me, as also the People First Party where me wing leader Lohem. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility is huge. It's an opportunity as well. I'm going to take him lightly, take it with integrity and honor. I will serve this nation faithfully. Mr. Speaker, before me contribute a little bit long our ministry, I would like to just briefly go through one observation no more. I don't want to repeat myself, as most of these speakers have stated much on the speech by His Excellency. But me like for sharing one thing where me look him on this speech for him. The calling blow him man. In his speech, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency called the MPs to save our people. And he put him lo motto bloimi, to lead is to save. Mr. Speaker, my fellow MPs, we are here long 4 years, long one term, and it's the calling by His Almighty to come and save our people. And it is my wish that every member of Parliament will save our people according to what the Lord him like him in me. Also, Mr. Speaker, long speech belong His Excellency. Him also mentioned him the huge budget long government, and he also indicated, but what now implementation outcome lo there. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put this team, the calling, to the public servants. I would like to encourage the public servants. It is the calling for you to save our people. It is a service that we render to our people to save faithfully with honest and integrity. Also, Mr. Speaker, say, Minister of Finance him tell him that the education bill where him go through now, payment block kita, by start long this wala months kakami. Unfortunately, the Minister of Education him overseas lotua, but him tell me send him this wala message long the teachers. Him say, it is the calling for you to become a teacher. It is your solemnly duty and responsibility to save and to teach our kids for all the immigrating a better country where you happy for call them home. So I have no more message me like leave here, Mr. Speaker. Law observation, law speech, law His Excellency to the Parliament on the 24th of April to the 25th. On a brief note, communication and aviation, as the Minister, Mr. Speaker said, on the aviation, the Tuvala Tower, the process for building the control towers, one for Munda International and one for Honiara. Tenders has been given and other final stages for the motor design and the construction, as well as the overlaying of the international airport, Mr. Speaker, that was done June by handover, and also the government is looking at the extension so that it will allow the bigger aircrafts for long country. Mr. Speaker, also provincial government airstrip Lata means government who work for Tasiling, and me happy MP Temutu Nende for him acknowledging that one. My good friend, government him look him the need people blame me Temutu. So that's the why I will put him this wala airport him must seal also. Also, Mr. Speaker said tender long Atoifi, I think that's one of the agent one, tender Atoifi and Abu Abu hopefully should come long this coming month for maintenance and rehabilitation. And then two more airports before the end of this year. End of last year, Mr. Speaker said, me go across to Australia and sign him airspace agreement for Australia keep him space me, and hopefully in the near future within Marine we can plan him some development of resources and the infrastructure so that he may manage in airspace. On the communication side, Mr. Speaker, the data center discussion may still continue within the government and the opposition. I think it's important that sovereignty of this nation is adhered to, and so discussions will still continue on that one. My good friend, member of East Harare, he mentioned the cyber security bill. I can assure you the cyber security policy he launched last year. And imi garen one fellow man he attached with the ministry follow look long drafting this fellow bill. Him not me not put him this year because it will take time for the consultation and the drafting. So hopefully by him coming next year. So that with the cyber security. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to cyber crime, you know, digital transformation is fast growing, and it's the responsibility of the government to make sure look at the risk where him come with digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, the main policy belong government, belong communication and aviation is connectivity and accessibility. But then I appeal to the operators, airlines, operators, mobile phone, but please give him some good price, people believe me. So that affordability, him sabe, kasi other people lo home sabe pay him cheap phone calls. Also sabe fly come long any places what belong. Intermarriage had made us one, Mr. Speaker. People long temo to married lo west, long maleta married to go long renal, east and west, south and north, everywhere, Mr. Speaker. So families want to travel easily, cheaply. So I'm better for me like a motor operators must put in price low so that anyone can go easy, go low places. Mr. Speaker, with that intervention, I'll take this opportunity to also thank His Excellency for continuous reminding us to adhere to our duties and responsibilities. With all these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and I resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Foreign Minister and for Minister for Foreign Affairs and External Trade, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing the member for Central Guadalcanal and the Minister for Foreign Affairs and External Trade on this occasion, sir. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge His Excellency, the Governor General of Solomon Islands, for the excellent delivery of the speech from the throne, with all protocols observed in this regard. I also recognize the Prime Minister's motion in reply, in which we are continuing to do so. Mr. Speaker, firstly I'd like to congratulate the member for East Honiara, my good friend, for being elevated to the position of the Deputy Speaker, your second in charge. And also on this note, also congratulate the new ministers of the Crown, particularly the Minister for MID, the Minister for Rural Development, and the Minister for Women and Family Affairs. And also two former ministers, the new Minister for Mines and Energy and Rural Electrification, and also the Minister for Traditional Governance. So just some observations before going into my speech. So it is said that the redirection of our national budget is to make it align with the 4 pillars of development that the government is tasked itself to do. Of course, human resource development is an important consideration, sir, and it's the key pillar in opening opportunities for our countries in a lot of the sectors, sir. So in this regard, the Public Service Act, the new Public Service Act, is a very important consideration in ensuring that the code of conduct, discipline, and the delivery of public service, efficient and effective delivery of government service is ensured, sir. It is said that our government is only as good as the people who are working in it, sir. And I quite agree with His Excellency when he said that the public service salaries and payrolls budget have increased, and therefore this must be matched by delivery of services to the public, sir. So there's one observation that I would like to make, and I'd like to highlight a bit, and that is the observation that I took from the member for Small Malaita. The member of Small Malaita said that he sees no, he can't see how Solomon Islands hosting regional and international conference will transform the country, sir. As a former Minister of Finance and a former Prime Minister, I would have thought that he would say otherwise, sir. But Mr. Speaker, International and regional conferences can significantly transform a country by fostering economic growth, strengthening international relations, promoting knowledge exchange, and enhancing a country's global standing, Mr. Speaker. These conferences provide platforms for networking, innovation, and collaborative efforts that can derive positive change in our country, sir. And people might be wondering why Solomon Islands is hosting a number of international and regional meetings this year, sir. So this year, as you know, we have hosted the SDG 14.4. That was a very, very successful one, sir. And this one is leading up to the UNOC in Nice in June, the Ocean Conference in June, sir. Our report will be tabled by the Prime Minister in that meeting. But also, Mr. Speaker, we also have a number of other meetings. The Pacific Island Telecommunication Association meeting in collaboration with Telecom and the Ministry of Commerce, Communication and Aviation, sir. This year also we have the PESA Plus meeting that was held last month, last week, again by Foreign Affairs. And also, sir, we'll be hosting also the South Pacific Airlines meeting. And again, I think this is the Solomon Islands Airline with the MCA as well. And there'll be another meeting this year in Honiara too on the 25th to 29th of August. It is the Pacific Water Wastewater Conference led by the Ministry of Mines, Energy and Rural Electrification, sir. And then, sir, later this year in September, the Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting here in Honiara. And the final one, sir, that we'll be hosting. The Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting is led by the Prime Minister's Office and my ministry. The Pacific Labor Mobility Annual Meeting also, sir, will be in November and led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, sir. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker. The economic benefits of hosting international conferences and regional conferences, sir. One, it increased tourism and revenue, sir. Hosting conferences can generate revenue through tourism, accommodation, catering, and other related industries, for example, transport and food and beverage, local food, arts and crafts, sir. Secondly, sir, the economic benefit, secondly, is the trade and investment. Conferences can attract foreign investors and facilitate trade partnerships, leading to economic growth and job creation, sir. And thirdly, may I say, sir, knowledge transfer, innovation, sir. International conferences, Mr. Speaker, facilitates the exchange of expertise and ideas, accelerating technological advancement and promoting innovation. Mr. Speaker, second thing that the conferences and international regional conference brings is that the diplomatic and political benefits. One, it strengthens international relations. So conferences provides opportunities for countries to engage in diplomatic dialogue and build stronger relationship with other countries, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, regional cooperation, sir. Regional conferences can provide cooperations among countries within a specific region, and in our case, the Pacific region, addressing shared challenges, fostering a sense of regional identity, sir. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, it enhanced global standing, sir. Hosting and participating in international conferences and regional conferences
can improve a country's reputation and visibility on the global stage. So, Mr. Speaker, we have this year, we have been visible on the global stage. And this year, we have been elected as, on the multilateral, Solomon Islands has been elected to the executive board of UNDP and the executive board of UNFPA and UNOPS. The election was held last year, sir. So we have, as member of the executive board of these 3 United Nations institutions, sir. And our term begins this year, January, and it will end in 2027, sir. So our office in New York, tasked to be in this, in the executive board of these 3 UN organizations. Mr. Speaker, also we have been elected on the IRENA Council as one of the 21 council members of IRENA. IRENA, sir, is the International Renewable Energy Agency based in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, sir. And Solomon Islands is also elected as one of the 4 vice presidents, sir. So the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Energy and Water, Rural Electrification, leading us on this. We have Ambassador Wale. He's based in Abu Dhabi. He will be our man there, sir. Also, sir, earlier this year, in Delhi, in Timor-Leste, 3 candidates stood for the G7+. These are 20 countries who are termed by the United Nations as fragile states, who have gone through various conflicts, ethnicities, wars, and have come out of it. And out of the 3 candidates, Solomon Islands once again elected as chair for the G7+ committee of ministers. The term will start in 2026 and will end in 2028. So, sir, Mr. Speaker, we have enhanced our global standing, sir. We have made our country, put our country in reputations and visibility on the global stage, sir. So you see, all these meetings, you don't go nothing. People that say, oh, if I was in Slan, government was in Slan, we'll go to a meeting. No, it's not. The little what we can get out of it is we can come back and share in our country, sir. The final benefits of hosting international and regional conferences is that it brings social and cultural benefits, sir. 1, cross-cultural exchange. Conferences bring together individuals from diverse backgrounds and fostering cross-cultural understanding and promoting social integration, sir. Then secondly, education and skill development. Conferences offer opportunities for professional development, knowledge sharing, and skill enhancement, contributing to a more skilled and informed workforce. So you see, sir, our public service has attended a lot of conferences, and it will bring to them that skilled and informed workforce that we need. Then finally, sir, promoting what they call soft power. Sharing cultural heritage and promoting cultural diplomacy through conferences, either regional or international, can enhance a country's soft power and improve its image on the global stage. We just really know how we become relevant in the global stage, and hence our involvement as chairman and voted in the United Nations institutions and also the other institutions too, sir. So, Fred Bomino stop here, member for small Malaita, but I just want to share with him what international and regional conferences can do to our country. Mr. Speaker, as you know, one of the issues that we raising to us all over is the labor mobility. Labor mobility, sir, we are thankful to Australia and New Zealand for their continued support in ensuring that we are given the opportunity for the short-term workforce for go employed. There's another scheme that's coming up, and this one by fellow members of parliament, by fellow interest land. So we will call it the Labour Mobility Plus, something that I see important for if 50 constituency get engaged in. And that means if all members of parliament, if all selecting what the people bring for labor, instead of going through the mainstream. The mainstream one is, if Sahamas, there are 7,000 people are there, waiting, ready for go. But with our labor, the mobility LMU Plus, we'll be able to engage all of you, get your people, and then start using for send them to go, instead of going through the queue of 7,000 people. That's an interesting one for you, me, if all the members of the parliament. Mr. Speaker, we continue to engage with our development partners, China, and also I acknowledge the intervention by the member for East Ariare, my good friend, and the leader of Independent on the issue of Taiwan, the geopolitics of Taiwan. And through Sir, it's something that and Taiwan's participation in the Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting as either development partner or dialogue partner, whichever one that I'm coming under. But Sir, the Pacific Island Forum Leaders, the institution, PIF, is going through what they call the review of the regional architecture to align itself with the 2050 strategies, and making it more stronger, recognizing international laws, who are not by member inside law forum, who are not by associate members, who are allowed to be diplomatic dialogue partners and development partners for this. So it's recognizing international laws. But there are three countries who are still recognize China, Taiwan, Tuvalu, the Palau, I think it was, Palau and Marshall Islands. So they are friends in the Pacific. We will engage with them and see how best we can see how to submit either post or pre-Pacific Island Forum leaders meetings. That is something that we manage and also adhere to international laws. So the review of the regional architecture and to ensure that the political groupings and all the institutional processes and governance mechanisms and partnership with the international partners and stakeholders are maintained. Mr. Speaker, I'll elaborate a little bit more on this one. The United Nations One China policy have officially enshrined in the resolution 2750 that I'm recognizing PRC as the legitimate government of China, and Taiwan is part of the China there. So USA acknowledges the One China policy in the Shanghai communique in 1972, say. And United States are acknowledging that China, on either side of the Taiwan Strait, there's only one China, and that Taiwan is part of that China. So we follow international law normally, yes, anything and divert differently. But as I said, we'll manage that relationship with Palau, Tuvalu, as well as Marshall Island in going forward, preparing for this meeting. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, after 10 years, we call him head of missions, Blamilo country, around the world, for to come, so that engage in a dialogue. The meeting is to discuss and review foreign policies, priorities, aiming to strengthen Somaliland's diplomatic engagement with our diplomatic friends. We have 136 countries that we've made diplomatic relationships. We are using this platform for the heads of missions to share perspectives, coordinate strategy, align their work with the government's foreign policy and external trade objectives. So they were here, they were happy with the Kablukian families too, and Lukimifala. And we have a report coming up, which I will be tabling law cabinet for cabinet's approval and endorsement on it. Mr. Speaker, also we continue to, I'm pleased to report to the House in the last 4 months, we have received 13 foreign heads of missions presenting their credentials or letters of introduction to be accredited to our country, sir. And so a great interest of countries who are not formally our friends, but they are outside, but now they are friends. And this month, our new High Commissioner to New Zealand will be expected to travel to New Zealand. He's the former member for Central East Gorkanal. And I'd like to thank the former High Commissioner, Excellency Elian Pangirongo, for his service to our country in New Zealand after completing terms. Also, sir, we are sending a female ambassador to Indonesia. We try and we make a gender balance a little bit. Send them several. She's a career diplomat, and as soon as the visa problem sorted out, we will commission and then we send him go to be our ambassador in Jakarta. Also, on this note, I'd like to thank him, Salana, who's now at the Prime Minister's office for a job well done, been in Jakarta for the last 10 years, I think, as our ambassador for this. So we also have ambassador in Brussels. Them to finish, and we still look at them. Anyone willing for go ambassador? It's a nice country, cold too, to be our ambassador there, particularly representing me, European Union, and also Brussels, Belgium, and what Eastern European countries there. Our ambassador has stayed there. When I was foreign minister, I appointed him, and now I'm back as foreign minister, but I recall him come back for rest a little bit. Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne delivered at a time when the world is going through a trade tension. So as you know, USA putting a lot of tariffs. Me too, you got tariffs. We have tariffs, 10% tariff on all our export to the USA. So what the covers were, I know what the man send them go to USA and draw 10% tariffs on it. USA has paused on a lot of the USA aid except one, and I'm pleased about that one too, sir. And that is the UXO, demolition of the UXO under the Harlow Foundation. So that one is still ongoing. The USA will continue for supporting me, and we are thankful for that too, for what I try for removal of the ordnance, unexploded ordnance here in Guadalcanal, Western Province, and elsewhere, sir. Mr. Speaker, on our China relationship, we continue to uphold our relationship with the PRC, and so we are thankful that our complete Medicine Hospital, the National Referral Comprehensive Medical Center. Why I'm come under Foreign Affairs is mainly because of the bilaterals that we have with the Mogotase. But sir, the Comprehensive Medical Center will be now handed over to the Ministry of Health and Medical Services. One block about cardiac patients, the people with heart problem. One for a block for the neurology patients of the kidney. And one for a block the urology unit. So such a garant problem. And the other one is for rehabilitation and also Chinese medicine and treatments will be based there. Sir, thank you for the group level Australia too. They will be supporting us during the Pacific Island Forum with the purchase of some of the vehicles for transport for the security blaming. And also Japan, thank you too for the grant for Kilufi Hospital Improvement Project. This year, the project is expected to be completed next year, 2027, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are other things too that we would like to do. I think people talk about Bien Harbor. Of course, we our friends from European Union or the pledging whatsoever, or helping me with him some assistance. And I've already told Mitalan Finislo, Minister of Planning. So by November, we'll be going back to Brussels for that meeting. And then we'll hear from them what the commitment look at the law Bina Harbor said. But sir, there's a lot that we can talk about, sir. But office level, I'm open, sir. If you have anything that you like for survey, please do not hesitate to come to the office. We have our desk officers, we have our trade people there, and also about the protocols out there for helping you out for anything that you may need for dreams, sir. Just on Saudi Arabia, by using, they'll be helping us too in a number of projects, sir. Again, if you talk with him, what the Prime Minister has spoken to them about helping us on the Bina Harbor also, sir. So we are talking with our friends in helping us address our need in terms of the Canary Reef project, Bina Harbor, sir. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I'd like to say, I'd like to thank you for the past leaders, believe I've worked with them, sir, and think I'm only befitting that me say thank you and farewell to sir. And this, if I may say, sir, that we pay tribute to our statement of the man, believe of the senior mans, believe that have passed away, sir. This year alone, Sir John Ini Lapley, we've lost the former Governor General. We've also lost another former Governor General, Sir David Bunagi, and a former Prime Minister, Sir Billy Healy, and also a current sitting member of Parliament for West Guadalcanal, Honourable late Moses Gao, sir. We pay tribute to these people who have saved our country in one form or another, but sir, they are leaders who have gone before us, sir. With these remarks, sir, may God bless you, me, everyone here, sir, and we continue to strive to save our country and help our people deliver what we say we will deliver during our campaign, sir. With these few remarks, we support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank the two ministers there, but let me first of all give the floor to the Honourable MP for West Kwarai for you to make an intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. On behalf of my people of West Kwarai constituency, to contribute to the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister, which states that we, the National Parliament of Solomon Islands, here assembled, beg leave to offer thanks for the speech which has been addressed by His Excellency, the Governor-General, to the Parliament on 24th April 2025. On this note, Mr. Speaker, let me convey my gratitude and thank to His Excellency for the speech to this Parliament, which outlined key issues for us to discuss and implement. Mr. Speaker, we are at the crossroad of our nation building, and we have come a long way. I have listened with great interest in the speech and wish to make some comments on few issues that I think is important for the government and for leaders to think about, and for us leaders to think about in saving our people. Sir, the call by His Excellency that we leaders are called to save this nation, hem one fella big fella call for Umia, and that fella call must be in the heart, blow Umi everyone. Sir, the speech by His Excellency has contained important undertakings, and it is a big ask too for us leaders to ensure that we deliver to our peoples. I am saying this because whilst we have very good policies in place, implementation and ensuring their success is another thing. Sir, the fundamental pillars mentioned in the speech requires absolute commitment by the government, but the question is, are these pillars achievable in a short term? Mr. Speaker, looking at the economic transformation, this is a big economic pillar. And how do we achieve transformation when there is no clarity as yet in any of our policies? We are all, sir, know that 70% of our people resides in the rural areas and do not have access a lot of good roads, nor any critical infrastructure to boost economic development inside the rural areas below Yumi, or the garden difficulty of shipping, no capacity to create businesses, let alone other services such as health. Look at the infrastructure development around the country. We have talked so much about infrastructure development, Mr. Speaker. Public infrastructure, private infrastructure, and a lot of these infrastructures has never been developed over the years, yet we expect transformation. Sir, my point is that the government make a holistic plan to develop these critical infrastructures, and ensuring economic activities must be given priority. All along, we have been talking about transformation, but does this also include plans to relocate other government infrastructures from areas that should be used for private sector infrastructure development? Looking at the growth center we have talked about in the past, we have spent a lot of resources in developing these centers, but look at where we are today, Mr. Speaker. Have we have plans to develop infrastructures around these centers to boost economic transformation? Or is there another economic rhetoric to gain political support from our people? Look at our people from Malaita, where they suffer for taking come out melons, blogeta lo here, and pineapples lo honiera. O ita lo temo tu witi mota good for la pigs blogeta. Choice and Western Province with him seaweeds blogeta. Have we thought of supporting them to transform their lives and their products? Sir, I think it is important for us leaders to see transformation in a simple lens. If we see this, that should be done to transform the lives of our rural people. Let's do a policy shift. Let us not be hindered by other people who wish to interfere in our decision making for their own benefit. Let us transform Solomon Islands through what is designed for Solomon Islanders, and only then we can see real change and transformation. Sir, the other pillar which His Excellency stated was unity and stability. This is absolutely important because our country is founded on diversity. We must all unite and work together for a common goal. But sir, whilst talking about unity and stability, we must not forget that what unites us is we must be patriotic about our country. What unites us is deciding for the best interests of our country. What unites us is respect for the diverse cultures and values we have. What unites us is listening to our people and addressing issues that affect them. What unites us is building a strong, resilient nation that empowers its citizens to actively participate in our nation's building. Mr. Speaker said, I fail to see that word peace and security because this is a cornerstone of any nation. We must have economic security, political security, health security, environment security, human security, social security, cultural security, family security, and many more, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that there is security for our development, and this is a huge ask, Mr. Speaker. We must be secured to ensure there is unity amongst our people, stability in our society, and prosperity for our nation. I call on the government to invest more in this sector. Mr. Speaker, human capital development is an important policy to our country, and having a well-developed human resource in a nation is good for development. Mr. Speaker, whilst this good policy intention is in place, there is also concerns that comes with it. I do not have the specific data, Mr. Speaker, but we have a big number of our human resources developed over the years, but what is more concerning is we have very thin opportunity to absorb them in our employment sector. Our employment sector cannot afford to absorb these well-trained human resources, and as a result, they are pushed out as unemployed youth. This brings me to the question that has the government established plans to broaden its economic base to absorb these qualified human resources? Has the government has plans to create job opportunities for these graduates? Has the government has an aggressive policy to develop industries to engage these graduates? Has the Ministry of Education and Human Resources and the Ministry of Commerce and Industries worked together to address some of these concerns? Sir, we must act now to protect our human resources from brain drain. Sapos noma ba imi lukim ogata go now Australia, New Zealand for the other opportunities where everyone sabe. Even nurses bro imi ota go na ota other countries like Niue, Vanuatu. Good number of people are now going to. It's good for the go, but those opportunities imi should garem look here no more for. Give him lo ogada so that ot develop yumi economy bro yumi. Sir, so this one hemi one fala concern where me looking that government must do something about. And with this, me like to take this opportunity to thank the Prime Minister for moving now this important motion for me for debating. The onus is now on us, leaders, to lead with responsibility and care to ensure our people will get a benefit. On this note, Mr. Speaker, me thanking you and beg to resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Member for West Square. I'll give the floor first to the Minister for Women, Youth, Children, before I return to the MP for Kaubugoto.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Thank you for giving the member of Maringekokota constituency
my apologies, Maringekokota.
And the Minister for Women, Youth, Children and Family Affairs this opportunity to respond as well as expound on the ministry, on my ministry work activities in relation to what was stated by His Excellency in his speech from the throne. Thus, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for this motion that an address be presented to His Excellency the Governor-General as follows. We, the National Parliament of Solomon Islands, here assembled, beg leave to offer thanks for the speech which has been addressed by the Governor-General to Parliament on 24th April 2025. And before I go on to my speech, Mr. Speaker, sir, I also wish to join my other colleagues in congratulating the newly appointed Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Aviation, as well as the newly sworn-in Ministers of the Crown and the Deputy Speaker for taking up the new roles and responsibilities. May I appeal to all of us to let us all work together to serve our people and country to the best of our ability with genuine and committed hearts. I also wish to acknowledge the landowners, past, present, and future, for allowing the land we are in. Mr. Speaker, sir, as also have been expressed earlier by my colleague ministers, with the experiences we have been through, two motions of no confidence within a year, the government need to be stable and settled to be able to deliver, to be able to implement the government policies and deliver to our people. Thus, I appeal to all of us to please settle down and focus on implementing the government policies. Petty politics a little bit. On this note, I support the idea of reviewing our constitution to allow any new government to continue undisturbed for at least more than a year before any motion of no confidence is allowed. And when a motion is moved, there must also be a valid reason and not just mere numbers as an excuse to move a motion. Also, where motions are withdrawn more than once, there must be some guiding rules or timelines to set to prevent such happening every 4 to 5 months. O takainian para kosim unsettledness and so implementation block policies and delivery to our people kosim a very delay law implementation and also delivery. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me also thank and give my utmost support to sentiments raised by the Governor-General on public officers to be committed and faithful to their work. There is obviously no room for complacency and incompetency. And as a ministry, we must acknowledge that we can still do more to help our people in this country. We have an inherent responsibility to deliver service to our people, to make them feel safe and have a secured future. This responsibility also means spending and utilizing the small resources we have to benefit everyone. We must be all accountable for our actions. Mr. Speaker, sir, I fully support the call for ministries to deal with staff that are not performing. As the Governor-General puts it eloquently, we must put a stop to the practice of transferring incompetent staff to other ministries. Let us stop circulating the incompetent and underperforming staff and man up to deal with the corrupt ones. The process is very clear. It is us, the government, the ministries and public service that needs to play our part to make it work. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me now to talk about the work my ministry is doing. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, women, youth and children make up about 80% of the population in this our beloved country. Currently, children and youth alone make up about 70% of the total population. That comes out to about 443,000. This figure is projected to rise to about 600,000 5 years' time in 2030. And by 2050, it is projected to rise to 839,000, representing 62% of expected total population of about 1.35 million by 2050. Mr. Speaker, sir, for youth of this country, unemployment remains one of the pressing challenges. But the three-tier policy framework for youth development in Solomon Islands exemplifies the government's commitment to transform the country's youth and adolescent into an effective and positive force for nation building that ensures every young person in Solomon Islands is given the opportunity to contribute to the social, cultural, economic, political and spiritual development of the country. This year, as part of our ongoing effort to address issues affecting our youth, my ministry is committed to provide financial and technical support to national and provincial governments to strengthen mechanisms and process for coordination and monitoring the implementation of national and provincial youth policies, strategies and programs. To review of the National Youth Policy. 3, finalize the National Youth Employment and Entrepreneurship Strategy. 4, strengthen and support institutional capacity of National Youth Congress. And 5, support for establishment of provincial youth and children rescue resource centers. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to specifically mention the ministry's resolve to partner with provincial governments to build centers for our youth and children in all the provincial centers. I feel this strategy speaks volume of how my ministry wishes to be seen on the ground with tangible facilities in an effort to make its presence felt by our youth and children population in the provinces and rural areas. I thank the financial assistance from our government that we are building a center each year until such time that all provinces are covered. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me announce that the first center to be completed is in Gizo, Western Province. This center is expected to be opened in July this year. Mr. Speaker, sir, for a very long time, our children and youths do not have a home for their activities. Many a times, because of lack of facilities, they will organize their activities, and at times, under scorching heat of the sun or pouring rain and wind, we believe this will become the experience of the past if these centers are built around the provinces, and that our youths and children will now have a place they can call their home. For our women, however, in the country, Mr. Speaker, sir, the priority task is to addressing the continuous underrepresentation of women in politics, specifically in provincial assemblies, through proposed legal options, including a proposed temporary special measure standalone bill. It is important to emphasize that the continuous underrepresentation of women at all levels of leadership, decision-making and governance, including women in politics, is a concerning development. An issue for Solomon Island that the government is committed to addressing. Mr. Speaker, sir, another of our priority programs under the Women Division is ending violence against women and girls. The development of a prevention strategy to target positive behavior change towards ending violence against women and girls. The Solomon Islands government recognizes that gender-based violence is both prevalent and widespread, and that more work is needed to ensure the safety of women and girls through targeting the root causes of gender-based violence and working to prevent violence against women and girls before it occurs. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the main causes of domestic violence is the gender power imbalance, which has many attributes, and some of which are employment, household and political decision-making. It is for this reason that the ministry designs programs to economically empower our women to financially support themselves and their family. One such program is the Savings Club, which is now spreading in nearly all provinces. In this program, women are now empowered to pay for their families' need from money they are saving over the years. Mr. Speaker, sir, addressing child sexual abuse and other forms of exploitation remains a key priority, particularly for the girl child, who is disproportionately affected by these issues. This is sad but true. My ministry is actively working to reduce vulnerabilities and strengthen protective systems for children through targeted interventions and awareness campaigns. We are currently coordinating prevention-focused interventions by raising community awareness and training community child protection facilitators. This initiative aims to strengthen early identification and prevention of child protection risks at the grassroots level and reinforce the role of communities in protecting children. Let me finish, no worry. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me finish by saying that families are the foundation and building blocks of any thriving nation. They shape individuals who grow to become leaders, innovators, and caregivers. Strong families create stable communities, and stable communities foster prosperous nations. Families are not just the basic foundation of society. They are the bedrock of our cultural identity, moral values, and economic progress. Families are a force for change and development. Families are not just passive recipients of social services, they are active agents of change. When families are strong, they can drive economic growth. Stable households contribute to a productive workforce and sustainable livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, sir, research consistently shows that children raised in supportive family environments perform better in education, exhibit healthier social behaviors, and contribute more effectively to economic growth. Yet, families today face numerous challenges: economic pressures, shifting gender roles, and the erosion of traditional support systems. My ministry, through the Family Affairs Division, is committed to strengthening family units through policies that promote parental support, child welfare, and intergenerational solidarity. By investing in family well-being, we invest in the future of our nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, our mission is rooted in the belief that strong families form the foundation of a healthy, thriving society. Thus, the need to strengthen and mold a strong family. However, my ministry and government cannot do it alone. We must do this together. I am therefore making this plea and call upon churches, community leaders, civil society, the private sector, and every individual to play their part. Let us champion parental support programs to equip caregivers with skills and resources, gender-responsive policies that empower both men and women in family and social roles, and community networks that provide safety nets for vulnerable families. When we strengthen families, we strengthen our nation. Let us work together to ensure that every family has the opportunity to thrive, contribute, and lead the way toward a more just and prosperous future. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank His Excellency, the Governor-General, for raising issues of pertinent importance to my ministry, and thank you for giving me and my ministry the opportunity to speak. I support the motion and I beg to receive my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Let me give the floor to the Minister for Traditional Governance, Peace and Ecclesiastical Affairs, and MP for Renoul and Bellona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor to contribute to this fellow motion. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Prime Minister for moving this fellow motion, giving time for me to contribute what I'm raising inside the speech plan. I'd like to congratulate Deputy Prime Minister, the new ministers, Deputy Speaker, and through you, Wing Leader, DPM. I'd like to thank him, Prime Minister, for giving him another opportunity for Reno Bellona constituency sit inside the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I stuck a story about him, instability and other issues that we've been facing the past few weeks and months. First Parliament to 11th Parliament, there have been 31 motions or table them inside here. If you may add in the other two, you will have 33 motions. That is a feature of our very fragile, small, new democracy, is this fluidity.
If we're too rigid, picture blame null or the other countries like Fiji, where there's another cool culture to him there. So fluidity and rigidness, you know, we have to strike a balance somewhere, but actions, reactions, area MPs here, there's nothing wrong with that. This one, and part of this system where you inherit him, and part of the system where you practice him, and then something where him feature inside the political system. So to change that, I guess 1 to 11 are not doing. So now 12th Parliament now him seem to have the political will for changing this one under leadership of Prime Minister Yumi. Mr. Speaker, let me go inside law substance law contribution to me. Before I do that, I'd like also acknowledge him through the Prime Minister, the Minister for Mines, new Minister Blamey. I'd like to thank him on behalf of people of Reno and Bellona, especially Reno. This fella issue law 33 shipment, and same number was 33 motion. This fella issue has been outstanding for a long time. In 2017 yet, Dami come in, this issue will continue to be a problem. In less than 1 week or days, I thank the Prime Minister, I thank the Minister for Mines, or the open him, or him, make him intention known about open him of the Commission of Inquiry. And that is a very important, positive step towards addressing this fella issue. Minister Blomines also announced him that this fella oil spill, you look at all these problems. One constituency or one province, no, I'm not even touching with other ones. But this fella particular industry. So the oil spill, yeah, there's already progress with that one as well. And that's a very good sign. The new, perhaps the new drive, this fella reconfiguration, this fella GNAT government this time. Mr. Speaker, traditional governance, this one him cover him, every chief's blue me, traditional leaders blue me. Independent leader no here, but you know he's right in saying that everyone belong to a tribe. Sub-tribe, small tribe, big tribe. But this fellow structure, traditional structure, blame me, him not accommodated inside of formal systems, blame me. I think the only recognition we got him there him through the local courts. Apart from that, there is no real talk about him or traditional structures or governance system, blame me. So, sir, apart from the new mining bill, we'll like talk about him. I mean, this new mining bill, and talk about him many things, but one of the important part of the new mining bill, and talk about free, prior, and informed consent. Minister have raised him. And this fella principle have come out law, Indigenous and Tribal Peoples Convention 1989. This one you mean no ratify me? Now the important thing about this ministry is you need for anchor our traditional governance systems. So we are looking, I mean the ministry is looking beyond, here you mean look at conventions. What are some conventions you say anchor some of the traditional governance structures and systems. And this one is one important one. And it's probably one of the first ones that this fellow ministry in partnership with Foreign Affairs, perhaps Ministry of Commerce, if we work together and try and make sure that you ratify this one. Difference with this one and other UN convention, this one is legally binding. So any issue to do with him, dialogue between government and indigenous people, this one, I've got a good framework for him. You adopt him, take him to the courts, blame me. In fact, one of the early signatories, Guatemala, him taken to appeals court using this one. Now this fella principle of free, prior, and informed consent, part of every development programs. So these are the kind of things that, apart from everything is in my story, I think basic fundamentals you may need for fixing. And I think we am for giving come this for the ministry that you miss have a look like. Budget law ministry here. In fact, we have a big outstanding debt in the billions. If you miss that count come from this fella, the bona fide demands, and you become no TPA, come no tensions, and you become, there's a massive bill you got to meet there. I'm running the billions. Peacetime, you miss, I take it for granted sometimes. But what it means is we need to be quite serious, law. What outstanding issues are, because have no lay idle. These issues are still there. So what we are doing as a ministry is that we have decided to change the approach a little bit. We're looking at traditional governance and stewardship. Stewardship of the resources, of the people, communities around the country. So we will be doing that so that you miss a pipeline, resource pipeline, some of the funds come inside of there, so that we can continue to turn it into programs and address some of the issues. A lot of people blame me, a lot of communities blame me. So one of the main one, the Green Climate Fund, leveraging of the stewardship side of traditional governance, and that's what we try to apply to him and try and program him to throughout the term of this government. Mr. Speaker, this fella participation or being part of international conventions is the approach that we're going to try and take as a ministry. In fact, Yumigaram Global Partnership too, inside the G7 plus intergovernmental organization. And I congratulate colleague Foreign Minister Namba Cherim from 2026. These are important platforms and frameworks where you should try and get into and see how best you miss have pull assistance come out of him. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister once again for bringing this motion to the floor for discussion. Me supporting this for a motion, and I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there further members who wish to speak to the motion? Yes, please. Honourable Minister for Culture and Tourism and MP for Gela. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Your Honourable Speaker, sir. Members of Parliament, thank you indeed for giving me the opportunity as an MP for Gela constituency, Minister for Culture and Tourism. Thank you for giving me the floor to respond to the speech from the throne delivered by His Excellency, the Governor-General, at the opening of the third meeting of the 12th Parliament. I also want to congratulate the newly appointed Deputy Prime Minister, the Deputy Speaker, and the new ministers for your new role. I also join my other colleague members of Parliament to sincerely acknowledge and commend His Excellency for his reaffirmation of the GNAT government's vision, a vision anchored on the pillars of national unity, transformation, and inclusive development. His Excellency's address reminds us that as leaders, we are custodians of this vision, entrusted with the responsibility of translating it into meaningful outcomes for our people. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism is proud to be part of this productive sector, which remains central to the GNAT government's economic transformation goals. Culture and tourism are not only tools for preserving our identity and promoting our diversity, they are powerful economic sectors capable of creating jobs, attracting investment, and driving inclusive growth across our provinces. I particularly wish to acknowledge His Excellency's emphasis on key reforms being undertaken by line ministries, especially in infrastructure, aviation, land tenure, and our tax laws. These reforms are critical enablers of tourism growth, and the ministry fully supports them. We cannot grow the tourism sector without addressing these foundational issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me further elaborate on some of the points raised by His Excellency under my ministry's three main programs for this year, namely tourism development and institutional strengthening, national tourism product development, and cultural heritage and tourism infrastructure. Firstly, allow me to highlight the performance of our tourism sector, which continues to show encouraging signs of recovery and growth prospect. Following the global downturn caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, our visitor arrival numbers have rebounded steadily. As of the latest projections, we are on track to reach and even surpass our pre-pandemic visitor arrival levels of around 30,000 by the end of this year. This marks a strong return to growth and positions the sector for continued expansion in the years ahead. The latest figures of the first quarter of 2025 reported a total of 5,612 international arrivals, which shows an increase of 14.5% compared to 4,903 arrivals during the same period last year. This positive trend is a result of several factors, including the ongoing marketing campaigns, such as the Solomon Holiday initiatives launched during GNAT 100 Days tenure, and the high-profile events hosted in Q1, including the Miss Pacific Islands pageant, the Honiara Summit, and the OFC Men's Championship. These events have demonstrated the potential of event-based tourism to drive visitation and stimulate economic activity. Looking ahead, we will be hosting other major events, including the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting, the Pacific Water Ministers Forum, and Wastewater Meeting, among others, including the Pacific Islands Telecommunication Association meeting, which happened recently. These are major opportunities to further raise our profile on the regional stage. This positive trend also aligns with our roadmap of achieving 100,000 visitor arrivals by 2035 through our projected growth of between 7% to 12% year on year. Mr. Speaker, sir, to this end, I call on all government ministries, corporate bodies, private sectors, partners, and sporting institutions to work together and bid for more events to be hosted in our country. There is strong global travel demand post-COVID-19, and Solomon Islands must continue to position itself as a destination of choice in the Pacific. We are also encouraged by the government's efforts to offer reciprocal visa arrangements with key tourism markets, making it easier for visitors to travel to our shores. This policy is a timely enabler that must be matched with the necessary infrastructure and services to accommodate this demand. Mr. Speaker, sir, based on our visitor survey conducted between January to June 2024, international visitors to Solomon Islands spent an estimate of $29 million, which is equivalent to 244 million SBD for that 6 months period alone. This means that our current trajectory has the potential to inject more foreign currency into our economy annually through tourism alone. But to unlock this full potential, we must continue to develop new tourism products, improve service standards, and expand accommodation capacity. With the increased budget allocation to the ministry this year, this is what we are focusing on. Currently, the country has just over 2,000 hotel rooms and 3,500 plus beds, plus less than half of this meet international standards. This is not enough. For example, the upcoming Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting has already fully booked every available hotel room in Honiara. This should be a wake-up call for all of us. If we want to grow the meetings, incentives, conferences, and events segment, we must invest now in expanding our accommodation capacity. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me also provide updates on two key flagship projects currently under the Ministry's portfolio. First, the development of Bloody Ridge National Park continues to progress well. This important historical site, once a battlefield, now a place of peace and memory, is on track to become the Pacific Islands' #1 World War II heritage attraction. Infrastructure development is underway, interpretation materials are being finalized, and partnerships with donors and stakeholders are progressing. This site will not only preserve our history, but it will also bring significant educational and economic benefits through battlefield tourism. Second, I am pleased to update the House on the #1 House project in Tulagi. This heritage project, which replicates the former British Resident Commissioner's residence, has now been transformed into a museum showcasing our colonial history. It stands as a proud reminder of our nation's journey and as a unique attraction for both domestic and international visitors. We hope it will serve as a model for further heritage preservation efforts across the country. I was honored to witness the completion and handing over of the building from the contractor to the Ministry and Province a few weeks ago. Further work will continue to collect information and items for exhibition before it is official open later this year. A technical expert from New Zealand has been engaged to assist us with the museum exhibition plans. Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition to the performance I have outlined, I would now like to turn briefly to the tourism investment landscape, which is a vital pillar in the transformation of our sector and the economic vision to this government. His Excellency, the Governor-General's speech rightly emphasized the enabling reforms that underpin growth across sectors. Tourism, being a cross-cutting industry, is directly impacted by investment policy, infrastructure development, and legal framework. And I am pleased to report that we are witnessing encouraging signs of investor confidence and momentum. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the most notable recent developments is the acquisition of the King Solomon Hotel by the Solomon Islands National Provident Fund in partnership with the O'Neill and Remington Group. This is a landmark brownfield investment, not just in monetary terms, but in its transformational potential. The proposed redevelopment plan is expected to turn the iconic King Solomon Hotel into a modern hotel with increased and upgraded hotel rooms and executive apartments of international standards and associated hotel facilities, which will significantly elevate our hospitality offerings and help position Honiara as a competitive destination for both leisure and business travel. Beyond this, I am pleased to announce that several of our existing larger hotels, such as Heritage Park and Kitano Mendan hotels, are also undertaking expansion and renovation projects aimed at upgrading their facilities to international standards. This investment is excellent news for the tourism sector and demonstrates that confidence in our tourism outlook is gaining momentum. In addition, under this year's ministry budget, we are supporting local tourism operators who are developing small resorts and hotels across our provinces. These small and medium-scale projects are critical and ensuring that tourism development is inclusive and reaches more remote communities, particularly in areas rich in natural and cultural attractions. Mr. Speaker, sir, elsewhere, let me highlight a flagship investment project expected to open its doors later this year. The Frigate Island Surf Resort in Makura Province. This upmarket surf destination is an inspiring example of what can be achieved when local resource owners partner with international visitors and investors. The government has been working with the investors since 2017, and despite going through challenging times, it is pleasing to see the resort finally opening this year. The Frigate Island Surf Resort will not only attract surfers and eco-travelers from around the world, but will also catalyze tourism growth in Makura, particularly when combined with attractions such as the recent discovery of the world's largest coral at the Three Sisters Island Group. This is the kind of tourism we are promoting, one that respects the environment, celebrates community ownership, and builds long-term economic returns. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the legislative frameworks and cultural front, I am also pleased to inform this Honourable House that the Ministry, in partnership with the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, is progressing efforts on the formalization of copyrights and intellectual property rights, particularly for cultural products, stories, music, designs, and indigenous knowledge. This initiative is long overdue. For too long, our people have shared their rich cultural heritage without proper legal protection or financial benefit. This reform will ensure that our creators and cultural custodians can benefit from their knowledge and innovation, and that their rights are respected both locally and internationally. Both ministries are spearheading the establishment of Solomon Islands Collecting Management Organization, which will be known as Solomon Islands Performing Rights Organization, to deal with copyright and royalties issues. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the government has also ratified the UN Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expression in 2005, and my ministry has already formulated a draft policy for the traditional knowledge and expression of culture, which will eventually lead to the development of a bill on traditional knowledge and expression of culture. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I conclude, I would like to reflect on a significant revelation His Excellency made in his speech, one that cannot be overlooked in its importance for the future of our nation. His Excellency highlighted that 70% of our total population, approximately 443,000 people out of an estimated 750,000, are under the age of 34. And projections show that by 2030, that number will rise to around 605,000, and by 2050, it will reach an estimated 839,000 young people, comprising 62% of a total projected population of 1.35 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is both an opportunity and a challenge. It is an opportunity because we are a young nation brimming with potential and talent. But it is also a challenge to ensure that we create enough opportunities for our young people to thrive, contribute meaningfully to society, and build fulfilling lives at home. As the Minister responsible for culture and tourism, I want to inform this Honourable House that our ministry recognizes this demographic trend and is acting on it. Tourism has proven to be one of the most effective industries globally and absorbing youth into the workforce, whether through hospitality, guiding, creative arts, events, digital marketing, or ecotourism ventures. This year, we are rolling out a special initiative to support young tourism entrepreneurs with a grant support of $3 million. The ministry has already completed a policy on young tourism entrepreneurship during the 100 days tenure of the GNAT government. This program is specifically designed to equip young Solomon Islanders with the skills, seed funding, and mentorship they need to start and grow their own tourism businesses. Whether in accommodation, food and beverages services, transport, marketing, or cultural and ecotourism products. Through this initiative, we aim not only to help young people become job creators instead of job seekers, but also to unlock the vast potential of community-based tourism, particularly in rural areas where many of our young people live. By empowering them, we are also building a more inclusive and sustainable tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, tourism must be more than just a source of foreign exchange. It must be a vehicle of social progress, for cultural pride, and most importantly, for youth empowerment. The statistics are sobering, and we must not stand idle. Our ministry is committed to creating jobs, inspiring entrepreneurship, and contributing meaningfully to the broader efforts of this government to secure a better future for our next generation. Thank you for the increased budgetary allocation to my ministry this year. What I humbly seek now is the timely release of the funding support to implement our various projects so that we can achieve to see the tangible results and the impact it will create. Mr. Speaker, sir, tourism is not just about numbers. It is about stories. It is about people. It is about how we as Solomon Islanders present our islands to the world and pride, purpose and authenticity. With continued collaboration, targeted investment, and strong leadership, we can build a tourism sector that is sustainable, resilient, inclusive, and transformative. Let me conclude by once again thanking His Excellency, the Governor General, for his visionary speech and for reminding us of the responsibility we all share in building a better Solomon Island. I want to thank again our diplomatic corps for their continued support in culture and tourism. Contrary to some of the views expressed by our former speakers, I wish to say that my ministry is making progress in developing the necessary platforms to develop our tourism and cultural sectors in the country. Thank you, Prime Minister. I support the motion. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Tagio Tumas, and may God bless our nation from shore to shore. I will resume my seat now.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. May I now call on the Honourable Prime Minister to speak in reply. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has been 3 days of good debates, and I wish to thank both sides of the House, including all my cabinet ministers, for their contributions to the motion. I also acknowledge and appreciate the perspectives, including criticisms from the other side of the House, from the leader of the opposition, the leader of the independent group, the MP for Central Noro and the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, the former Minister of Finance and the MP for East Choiseul, the MP for Small Malaita and chairman of the Parliamentary House Committee, and others on the other side who have spoken. When I assess the debate, Mr. Speaker, I think, as we expect, the strongest criticism came from the leader of opposition. The rest of the interventions were mild. Mr. Speaker, they contributed to the debate on the motion, as I've said, with candor and even, if I may say, a pinch of politicking as well. But that is to be expected. After all, they are the alternative government. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I remain open to dialogue with leaders on the other side of the House on the issues raised. I also note that there were some policy issues that were raised by speakers from the other side of the House, and acknowledge that a few of these policy issues have been addressed by my cabinet ministers who contributed to the motion. The Speaker, I will respond to the other issues that were also raised. The Speaker, sir, 2 weeks ago marked 1 year since the formation of the Government for National Unity and Transformation on 29th April 2024. This coalition government was formed through the unity of our party, the Solomon Islands People's First Party, and the Kandare Party. Mr. Speaker, the leader of opposition, in his contribution, has accused me and Ginat of lacking strategic leadership and vision. Mr. Speaker, sir, the honourable leader of the opposition's remarks reflect a disappointing mischaracterization of this government's work. Far from lacking vision, Ginat entered office with a bold, actionable mandate, one anchored in national unity, inclusive development, and sustainable prosperity for every citizen of Solomon Islands. Sir, Ginat will not trade in rhetoric, but we will deliver results, and let me take this opportunity to restate that this government's vision is clear, its resolve unshakable, and its commitment to the people absolute. Mr. Speaker, we as leaders need to dedicate our attention, energy, and resources on developing and driving the implementation of policies, programs, and endeavors that will lift and progress this country instead of politicking for personal interests. We must grow out of this type of individualistic and myopic leadership styles. Sir, Ginat has made progress in the last 12 months, despite what others may say. The Speaker, these successes demonstrate and provide the rationale on why the Government of National Unity and Transformation must continue to lead and govern our beloved country, centered on our vision and policy statement. As a Speaker, over the past 12 months, my government has developed and begun to implement our policy agenda for our country based on 4 pillars, as we have heard during the past 3 days. Economic transformation, economic infrastructure development, unity and stability, and human capital development. Mr. Speaker, before providing a brief synopsis on each of the 4 pillars, I am happy to inform this Honourable House and the good people of Solomon Islands that my government has achieved more benefits for our people and our country in its first 12 months than most other governments achieved in the same time frame in our country. Mr. Speaker, under the economic transformation pillar, we started with dialogues, listening to our people, stakeholders, and experts is vital to our efforts on economic transformation. We held the National Economic Summit, Donor Roundtable, Energy Summit, and several sector-based consultations. We brought together stakeholders from across government, the private sector, civil society, and our development partners. These dialogues provided a vital platform for reflection and consensus building on what and how to address our economic challenges, strengthen development partnerships, and accelerate energy developments. The outcome from the summits are now guiding our development priorities, resource allocation with a focus on productive and resource sector, infrastructure investment, industry development, and job creation, and has added further impetus for our legislative agenda. We prioritize the enabling policies and legislative frameworks to drive economic transformation. These include the Special Economic Zone Bill, the Mineral Resources Bill, and the National Building Standards, which are before this House. The Public Service Bill and the Value Added Tax Bill, which are also coming soon to Parliament. I also note the call by colleagues to prioritize electoral reform bills. This will come in 2026. In our first budget, Mr. Speaker, we increased our development budget allocations to the productive and resource sectors by 34% and 49% respectively under the 2024 allocation levels. From these increased allocations, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, as we have heard from the Minister in his contribution, has established and rolled out a revolving fund to support cocoa and coconut buyers. We know that currently the price of copra has gone up, and I ask our farmers to capitalize on this opportunity. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism, as we have just heard from the Minister who has just spoken, has also outlined a number of initiatives, including supporting young entrepreneurs, Council of Solomon Islands, with a 3 million grant in Grow Youth-led business in the tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, at this point, in terms of agriculture, let me reflect on the important point raised by the Honourable Member for Temotu Nende in terms of extension services at LATA, relating or resulting from the burning down of the LATA office in February 2023. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development is fully aware of this incident. They are aware that there are ongoing investigations on this incident. That building, as you know, Mr. Speaker, was funded by the RDP program, the Rural Development Program. I think it's important that when we have these facilities, our provinces and our people do take the necessary care in terms of looking after these facilities. The MAL recognizes the challenges that that office face and is planning to put resources in its 2026 budget to rebuild the LATA Extension Office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the two concrete examples that I have provided earlier in terms of the agriculture sector and the tourism sector are just two ways in which the government is transforming the way we deliver to empower our people in our rural communities as well as youths to actively engage in nation building, as we have heard also from the Minister of Women, Youth and Family Affairs, who highlighted the importance of empowering our youth in order to build our nation. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not just talking about the importance of the productive and resource sectors to catalyze our economy. We are actually walking the talk and empowering our people through innovative financing modalities to enhance their contributions to nation building. And on that note, I thank the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, as well as the Minister of Culture and Tourism, as well as other ministers who have spoken earlier in terms of the efforts and the initiatives that they are undertaking. Mr. Speaker, sir, in terms of the mines, energy and rural electrification sector, the new Minister of Mines, Energy and Rural Electrification has clearly outlined early this afternoon, the efforts and initiatives that ministry are currently engaging in, including the Mineral Resources Bill, as well as the renewable energy initiatives being undertaken by that ministry. So I will not repeat those highlights. But on that note, let me also thank the former minister for initiating some of these initiatives, and I wish the new minister well in implementing these important undertakings. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me also take this opportunity to address sentiments raised by the MP for Central Honiara and the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, in which he stated in his contribution that the oil spill at Kangawa Bay, Rainbow Province, should have been dealt with under the Environment Act and not pursuing claims under the Bankers Convention or other relevant legislation. So may I take this opportunity to remind our esteemed colleagues in the House to ensure that we undertake proper research before speaking on such matters. Our people are listening and are watching our debates, and we are duty-bound not to mislead them, but ensure that they are provided with the proper facts or information. Mr. Speaker, on that note, the Environment Act 1998 of Solomon Islands is the primary legislation for protecting and managing the country's environment. It covers a range of environmental issues to ensure sustainable development and the conservation of natural resources for future generations. A key aspect of the Act is the requirement for environmental impact assessment for any proposed developments that are likely to significantly affect the environment. This helps to identify and mitigate potential environmental harm before the projects begin. In light of the above, it is very clear that the application of the Environment Act 1998 is predominantly for protection of the environment when engaging in development activities. In contrast, the Bankers Convention, formerly known as the International Convention on Civil Liability for Bunker Oil Pollution Damage 2001, specifically addresses pollution caused by bunker oil, the fuel used to power ships. The convention applies to pollution damage resulting from bunker oil spills from any type of seagoing vessel, including cargo ships, tankers, fishing vessels, yachts, and commercial government vessels. In view of the points I have outlined, and contrary to the statement made by the Honourable MP for Central Honiara, I find it difficult to comprehend how the Environment Act 1998 could be effectively applied to address the oil spill issue at Kangawa Bay. So the assertions made by the Honourable MP reflect a lack of understanding of the legal mechanisms available in the pursuit of redress against the perpetrators of one of the worst environmental disasters in the history of Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker, my advice is that it is best that we leave the legal aspects of this matter to the appropriate legal experts. However, our responsibility as leaders is to ensure they are given the necessary support and resources to resolve the issue decisively and once and for all. Mr. Speaker, let me now move on to financial management. Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge the contribution by the former Minister of Finance and the MP for East Choicer in his debate in reply to the speech from the throne. I agree with him that we need to redirect the budget so that it focuses on the productive sector, growing the economy to sustain investments in health, education, and national security. I hope he could have stayed with us to implement some of these initiatives. But we have the new Minister for Finance and Treasury who will embark on the redirection of the 2026 budget to focus more on growing the economy. And as alluded to by the new Minister of Finance and Treasury, the government, through the Ministry of Finance and Treasury, has implemented key measures to strengthen public finance management and to ensure that value for money is achieved in its procurement processes. The Treasury Division has recently hosted permanent secretaries and financial controllers across line ministries to ensure procurements are made in accordance with policies and regulations. And as the Minister has also highlighted, the Cabinet has recently approved measures to manage budget deficit, In its effort to strengthen public finance management, the Ministry of Finance and Treasury will continue to upskill government accountants in collaboration with the Institute of Solomon Islands Accountants and Institute of Public Accountants, Australia. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, compliance, more rigorous compliance was applied to imposts, simple procurement, travel, both domestic and international, advance payments for goods and services yet to be delivered. So to say that no action was taken to manage public finances is untrue, and it's a slap on the face of officers who have worked tirelessly to undertake reforms and administer systems that strengthen financial management. Mr. Speaker, as we have also heard from the Minister of Finance and Treasury, the government is committed to implementing the tax reform agenda. The VAT bill is being finalized and will be introduced to Parliament shortly. The next task, as he has said, is the rewriting of the income tax. Mr. Speaker, the member for Central Honoria and the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee has suggested the introduction of capital gains taxes, which can be considered in the later part of the reform. But on the outset, capital gains tax is not a stable revenue source as compared to consumption taxes. Experiences drawn from other tax jurisdictions had it that the implementation of capital gains tax is a difficult one, but it's not impossible. But our aim is to have a simple, fairer, and equitable tax system. On the incidence of tax, consumption rates usually fall on the final consumer, and in that regard, VAT is no exception. We have about 186 countries globally that implement VAT. Our VAT bill includes a provision on price exploitation that forbids businesses from excessively charging prices for goods subject to VAT. I thank all colleagues, including those from the other side of the House, who have expressed support for the VAT bill. Mr. Speaker, these are just few examples of benefits my government has already achieved and had already made positive impact on the lives of our people in the first 12 months of our tenure. Mr. Speaker, sir, only sound, firm, strategic, and visionary leadership can put our country and its people first, achieving transformation as well as plant the seeds of economic transformation and prosperity for our country through targeted policy program and legislative interventions. Mr. Speaker, sir, on infrastructure development, the Honourable Minister, the new Minister for Infrastructure, has spoken on the activities that this important ministry has undertaken and is implementing. It is important to note that my government has stepped up our engagement strategy with our development partners to support GNAT's social and economic infrastructure development that will deliver benefits to our people through the country. And there are a number of examples which the Minister have alluded to. And this includes the new Aoke Township road sealing project funded by the People's Republic of China, the upgrade of the Malaita South Road funded by the Australian government. We hope in the future that road will reach Afio, because we heard the MP for Small Malaita that the South Road currently does not get to Afio. The repairs and maintenance of North and East roads in Malaita, the sealing of roads on Goro Canal, the sealing of roads in Noro Township, the step up in the pace of implementation of critical projects such as the Western Province and Eastern Province border police outposts, the step up on the pace of implementation of domestic airports upgraded by New Zealand and Australia, and provincial rural markets funded by Australia, the step up on the pace of implementation of the Solomon Islands Towers project that will bring connectivity to 80% of our villages, communities, schools, clinics in the country by the time the project is fully implemented by August 2026, but we are hoping to complete it by the end of 2025. And of course, as we have heard during the debate, the upgrade to the Kilufi Hospital funded by the government of Japan. Mr. Speaker, I thank colleagues who have spoken in favor of the re-establishment of the Public Works Department. The new MID Minister will embark on this, as well as continue on work to create an international shipping registry. And on that note, I would like to also thank the former Minister of MID for initiating and starting some of this work in that ministry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, as the Prime Minister, I have personally invested time and effort on two major infrastructure projects in Malaita Province in the past 12 months. These projects are the Bina Harbour Infrastructure and Tuna Processing Project. Since coming into office in May 2024, my government has accorded top priority to the Bina Harbour project. Mr. Speaker, I have made it my personal mission as Prime Minister of Solomon Islands to champion, to advocate, and to seek funding for the Bina Harbour project with an estimated cost of around $237 million. That is the current business case. I know that the business case is being reviewed, and we hope that the costing should come down. I have personally presented the Bina Harbour project for financing considerations to the Prime Ministers of Australia and Japan, as well as to the New Zealand Deputy Prime Minister and Fisheries Minister. Sir, New Zealand has formally expressed interest, noting that SIG will allocate funds towards Bina Harbour Tuna Processing Project in its 2026 budget. The New Zealand government has also indicated its support to help us advocate and engage with partners for support. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, in February this year, at the margins of the World Government Summit in Dubai, I officially presented the Bina Harbour project to the special representative of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates, and also to the Director General of the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development for their technical as well as financing considerations. Sir, for the first time ever in the history of the Bina Harbour project, it is now under serious consideration by several development partners. I also wish to highlight that this is the first time ever in any government that the Cabinet has established a specific Cabinet subcommittee to oversee the Bina Harbour project. We have also established a Cabinet subcommittee on the Ola oil palm in Vela Vela, and we will be reviewing existing subcommittees such as the one on Repel and creating additional subcommittees to drive key national projects and initiatives. Sir, as you are aware, I have appointed the MP for West Koya to be the chair of the Bina Harbour Cabinet Subcommittee. I have also tasked the new Minister for Fisheries and Marine Resources, the MP for East Kodokanal, to drive the Bina Harbour project, working closely with the MP for West Koyo. I note the call from the MP for Small Malaita that we should seek the involvement of Solomon Islands Ports Authority in terms of building port facilities in Bina. Mr. Speaker, actually the hard-working Minister for Planning had already written to the SIPA board on this. The SIPA board visited Bina Harbour last week during their board meeting in Aoke. The board will soon update their responsible and accountable ministers soon, and we look forward to working with the relevant stakeholders in this flagship project. The Speaker, let me at this point clarify another point raised by my good friend, the MP for Central Honiara and Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, pertaining to the number of tuna canneries we should have, making comparisons to Papua New Guinea. The maximum tuna canneries we can have, according to technical advice, is 3. But 2 is best given the carrying capacity of our exclusive economic zone is small. The Honourable Member for Central Honiara was proposing something like 4 or 5. Say the annual catch from our waters is only about 100 to 120 metric tons due to the seasonal nature of our fisheries. This is why we need to bring in other PNA countries to come in, even for Bina. PNG has a much bigger exclusive economic zone with bigger carrying capacity. Despite having 6 or 7 canneries, probably not all is fully maximized. This is why they introduced the rebate scheme to ensure sufficient catch is landed. On the East New Britain initiative, it is exactly what we want to do for Bina. Those of us who can put up canneries do put them up. Those with fish can supply. Discussions are underway on this matter. The Dala Atori Road, Malaita. Mr. Speaker, the other priority infrastructure project I have been personally involved with is the Dala Atori Road. I have discussed and written to the government of the People's Republic of China, the Saudi Fund for Development, and the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, seeking financing for this important road project in Malaita province. Both the Saudi Fund for Development and the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development are seriously considering this project, possibly for co-financing. Mr. Speaker said, I am fully cognizant of the need to ensure a fair balance in the distribution of infrastructure projects in our country, as alluded to by some of our colleagues in their interventions. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, my government has directed the Ministry of National Planning and Development Coordination to review, reprioritize, and realign Solomon Island National Infrastructure Priority Pipeline to ensure we prioritize at least 1 or 2 critical priority infrastructure projects, whether it's social or economic, for each of our 9 provinces. The process of engagement and consultation, Mr. Speaker, has already started with provincial governments to ensure we are guided by their views, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on unity and stability, my government is committed to achieving our vision to transform and unify our people and country. Through the review of the Provincial Government Act, though the review of the Provincial Government Act was not listed in the speech by His Excellency, the government remains committed to progressing the provincial government reforms with a review of the Provincial Government Act aimed at increasing delegation of powers and enhancing better formula for resource allocation while undertaking the necessary work to prepare ourselves for a federal system of government through the agreed process. The government will bring back to Parliament a constitutional amendment to enable the work of the Constituent Assembly to progress, including commissioning of a cost-benefit analysis of the key components of the proposed federal system. Work also needs to commence on a common framework for state constitutions, as both the federal constitution and the state constitutions must be ready and in harmony with each other, if and when the time comes for execution. So I am happy that the leader of the official opposition is willing to work with the government on this. I will discuss with him, as well as the leader of the independent group, on the way forward in the coming days so that we can make progress on this important constitutional reform. Mr. Speaker, on foreign policy, we are also developing a new foreign policy in consultation with stakeholders, generally under our foreign policy slogan of friends to all and enemies to none. This has been talked about, friends to all and enemies to none. But as far as its implementation or how we go about managing it, may I add, the friends to all and enemies to none slogan is usually implemented by us through selective pragmatism. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, the new foreign policy, once completed and approved by Cabinet to provide a guide to international and regional engagements, in a rapidly evolving, increasingly complex world. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate GINA's recognition and affirmation of the One China policy and principle. Mr. Speaker, on rural development program, we have heard from the Minister who spoke earlier in terms of the initiatives, including the regulations that his ministry has worked on. As he said, those regulations are now with the AG chambers, and when they're ready, they will come to Cabinet. But it is also important to note that a big slice of the development budget is under the Ministry of Rural Development in terms of CDF financing. And I guess some of the needs that have been talked about during the last 3 days, especially in our rural areas, we can use our CDFs to actually address some of those small needs like rural lighting, for example, sanitation, for example, even contributing to the building of schools and clinics in our rural areas. Mr. Speaker, I noted what the Leader of Opposition said about the Rural Sustainable Development Program, RSDP. This is direct funding, as we know, from the People's Republic of China. Some of our people in our rural areas have benefited from the RSDP. Despite initial challenges, we are continuously collaborating to ensure the transparency and accountability of the RSDP. GINAT is committed to delivering tangible results and improving the livelihoods of the people in all our constituencies through the RSDP program, apart from our own CDF program. With continued collaboration, we are confident that the RSDP projects will have a positive impact on the communities in our country. Mr. Speaker, on national security, I will not dwell much on this. The Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury, who has spoken earlier today, has clearly and comprehensively outlined the efforts, the initiatives that his ministry will undertake, especially following the recent launch of our National Security Strategy 2025 to 2028. I note some of the concerns raised by my good friend, the Honourable Member for Rendover Tepari earlier in terms of border management security and national security in general. I'm sure the Ministry of Police and National Security will take note and address those. Of course, we have border arrangements between us and Papua New Guinea for the Bougainville border. Efforts are being made to review those border arrangements as well. Mr. Speaker, moving on to human capital development, investments in our health and education sectors remain pivotal to our transformation agenda. We have in place and are progressing and progressively implementing our health infrastructure development plans, as outlined by the Minister of Health and Medical Services, who spoke on Monday in his contribution to the debate. I won't go into detail into those initiatives, including provincial hospitals, area health clinics, and so on. But Mr. Speaker said, as the Minister has alluded to, we have made huge increases, 125 million in our 2025 budget, in terms of addressing the perennial shortage of drugs and medicine challenges. So, Mr. Speaker, it took my government and the new Minister for Health and Medical Services to address this problem. When we procure the correct level of drugs, we will not have the persistent drug shortages again, hopefully. So far, the National Medical Stores has distributed more than 19 million SBD worth of stocks since January 2025 to April 2025. So, Speaker, I wish to also inform this House about the recruitment of the 180 nurses and 35 doctors, which was alluded to by the Leader of Opposition. The Ministry of Health is committed to provide human resources for the provision of health care services. The recruitment of 35 doctors stands as follows. 11 registrars have signed their contract appointments. 12 registrars are in the process of receiving their official appointment letters and subsequent signing of contracts. 6 submissions are pending approval or endorsement from the Public Service Commission, with only 3 submissions pending from officers requiring police clearance as a requirement for recruitment. Otherwise, all 35 doctors have received their postings confirmation. All 180 nurses positions have been filled and postings confirmed. These positions were specifically for probationers under the nursing pool. Nurses have now been posted out to their duty stations. The Speaker, significant development partnership programs in terms of the education sector have recently been signed. The new Education Act is now being implemented. The Leader of the Opposition has expressed concerns over the postponement of teachers' re-level salary payments to mid-May, specifically 15th May 2025. The primary reason for this delay is the teacher data cleaning process took longer than initially expected. The data had to be verified and validated, a process that involved both the Ministry of Education and Human Resources Development, as well as education providers, who are employers of teachers. In short, unforeseen technical challenges led to the revised deadline of 15th May 2025 instead of the original Cabinet-approved date of 1st February 2025. Sir, despite these challenges, I am pleased to inform this Honourable House that teachers will receive their re-level salary tomorrow, Thursday, 15th May, as rescheduled. I know it has taken time, but it will be done, or it has been done. And I wish to thank the Minister for Education, as well as the Minister for Finance and Treasury, for facilitating this. I also thank our teachers for their patience and understanding. Mr. Speaker, an important point on education was raised by the Honourable Member for Temutu Nende, and I agree with him, and I'm sure the Ministry of Education will, in their programs, is addressing this, and that is the need to strike the right balance between access and quality in terms of education, or I believe between quantity and quality. I think that's an important point, and I'm sure that the Ministry of Education, in their programs and activities, does take that into consideration as well. In terms of scholarships, Mr. Speaker, increasingly more national scholarships are being allocated for the Somaliland National University. The Speaker said the unspent scholarship budget of 70 million allocated for scholarships in the 2024 fiscal year highlights a potential oversight by CITESA or NSD in the budgeting process, particularly the continued reliance on the 2023 budget baseline without incorporating updated student data to reflect a more accurate budget. In actual fact, only 53 million from the NSD budget was reserved in accordance with the Ministry of Finance and Treasury directives. Despite this, it is important to note that CITESA and MERD successfully awarded 1,400 scholarships to deserving candidates, providing crucial financial assistance to students pursuing higher education. Additionally, over 600 students are receiving separate support through the general assistance of the DFAT Australia, enabling them to pursue valuable skills training at rural training centres. The Speaker, the Ministry for Education has been instructed to improve TVET and skills development to support workforce development. I sincerely thank the Honourable Minister for Education in ensuring that MED has completed the national TVET policy and will implement this policy as of June-July this year. This policy document will also become the basis for drafting a standalone TVET bill. The Speaker said, in the face of competing priorities and limited resources, my government has been very decisive in addressing priorities that mattered, In less than 12 months, we have addressed outstanding priorities, including the drugs and medicine shortages, and addressing pay package for hard-working teachers. Mr. Speaker, the GNAT government came in with a vision to unite and transform this country. This is a process, Mr. Speaker, a process that will take time, a process that is also built on previous initiatives, policies, and programs. But as Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I'm committed to this process. As I've said, some of these transformations began in the last DCAGA government. Say, as Foreign Minister, I also led a successful bid for Somaliland to host the 54th Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting in Honiara this year, as alluded to earlier by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and External Trade. The preparations for this important event are underway. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I wish to clarify some comments again made by my good friend, the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, in terms of hosting and the funding challenges for the 54th Pacific Forum Leaders Meeting. Of course, the Speaker, host governments fund or budget for most of these expenditures for these meetings. On that note, we have in the 2025 budget an allocation to host the 54th PIF Leaders Meeting. And of course, thank the Chairman of the PAC for his support towards that allocation. Let me also wish to inform the House that PIF's Leaders Meeting have always had external funding support or contribution from Australia and others, irrespective of whoever hosts that meeting. So, as you know, this is the only second time we are hosting the PIF's Leaders Meeting, and we will be utilizing our 2023 Pacific Games facilities, buildings and facilities. So it is an honor for our country to host the 54th Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting. Earlier this year, as we also heard earlier from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we successfully hosted the Miss Pacific pageant and of course the Honiara Summit in preparation for the 3rd UN Conference on Oceans in June this year. For the information of the House, the Honiara Summit on SDG 14.4 was co-hosted by SIG and the FFA, with the support of the UN Secretary General Special Envoy on Oceans, as well as the UN Food and Agriculture Organization and SPC. 2 weeks ago, our telecom successfully hosted the Pacific Islands Telecommunication Association meeting. I'm also aware that an international airlines meeting will also take place soon in Honiara, and other meetings alluded to by ministers who spoke earlier. Mr. Speaker, a few colleagues on the other side of the House, probably only one, and as referred to earlier by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, questioned the impact and value of hosting these international meetings or even attending overseas meetings. I think the Foreign Minister has outlined clearly the benefits of hosting such meetings. So hosting these meetings do benefit our country in a number of ways. As the Minister said, even from Solomon Islands. Solomon Islands will benefit from transporting delegates to Honiara and back to Brisbane or Fiji. Hotel operators, catering groups, cultural entertainment groups, and it also helps to build the capacity of our public officers who will be normally engaged as liaison officers. In short, Mr. Speaker, we are promoting international conference tourism or meetings tourism. Mr. Speaker, Solomon Islands will be participating, as I've said, at the 3rd UN's conference in June 2025 because we chaired the Honiara Summit. But after that, I will be traveling to Vienna to sign a framework agreement with the OPEC fund, is to do with private sector funding, in June after the Oceans Conference. And that framework will provide another pathway in terms of new financing arrangements, especially for our private sector. And DBSI could be involved in this mechanism. So, Mr. Speaker, it has already been a busy year for my government, but we have forged ahead on our journey despite many challenges. Mr. Speaker, on bills to Parliament, a number of sentiments have also been echoed on the delay of bills coming to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, a bill is no ordinary document. It would be manifestly irresponsible for Gina to bring a bill to Parliament for the sake of passing a bill. Rushing a bill through Parliament can have several negative consequences, both for the legislative process and for society at large. These include lack of proper scrutiny. Bills require thorough examination to ensure they are well drafted, legally sound, and free from unintended consequences. Rushing a bill may lead to poorly constructed laws that create loopholes or conflicts with other existing legislations. Second, limited public and stakeholder consultation. Democratic lawmaking requires input from experts, affected parties, and the public. A rushed process may bypass necessary consultations, leading to laws that do not reflect the needs or concerns of citizens. Third, risk of unintended consequences. Complex laws require careful impact assessments, economic, social, and legal. Hasty legislation may result in unforeseen problems, requiring further amendments or causing harm. Fourth, judicial challenges. Laws passed without due process are more likely to face legal challenges, creating instability. I urge all of us to be patient so that we can have the best bills coming to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's not about how fast you go, but knowing where you go. This is not a race, but a destination. So we must be cautious. Mr. Speaker, I note the issue of parliamentary and judicial autonomy. The Government for National Unity and Transformation has policy positions aiming to achieve parliamentary and judicial autonomy. However, the heavy lifting in driving these policies must come from Parliament and the judiciary. Whilst in law there is separation of powers, the same cannot be said in fact. This is because Parliament and judiciary do not have a separate budget. Not only that, but Parliament and judiciary may also need to have a precincts bill as well. Say, I understand that there have been work done over the years, but these must come to Cabinet for endorsement. I urge the National Parliament, Parliamentary House Committee, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, and the Judiciary to work closely with the Policy Implementation, Monitoring and Evaluation Unit to advance this policy. Cabinet is waiting on Cabinet papers from both the Judiciary and Parliament to advance this policy of autonomy. It will become a priority when Cabinet endorses it. Jinat, the Speaker, will support a review of the whole standing orders and not just a piecemeal approach. I understand that there is a draft of a review of the standing orders that is already done some years back with the help of the New South Wales Parliament. Maybe that can be used as a starting point to start a review. We have been using the current standing orders since independence, and it is time we review it. Even all provincial assemblies have a standardized modern standing orders. The review of the standing orders requires bipartisan support from both sides of the House. I suggest that Parliament and the House Committee to take the lead on this with support from the Office of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if we have a parliamentary calendar, then we can consider having Parliament to prorogue so that we can have several sessions in a term of Parliament. But again, we need OPMC and National Parliament to work together. I'm glad to note that we have the Mineral Resources Bill and National Building Standards Bill before Parliament and before the Bills and Legislation Committee. The BLC can schedule the hearing for these two bills and give us a timeline on when they can complete their inquiry. This should give the government information on when it should urge on Parliament. In this way, we can create a Parliament calendar. A clear Parliament calendar will put us in a position to decide whether we should prorogue Parliament or urge on Parliament by way of special adjournment. This will allow us time to visit our constituencies without worrying about Parliament business. Prorogation of Parliament will have effect on Parliament business because it will result in items of business falling off the table and Parliament standing committees not being able to carry out its functions during prorogation. Motions and questions will not be able to put on notice when Parliament is prorogued. Mr. Speaker, nobody Parliament prorogued more than you all are planning another motion of no confidence. I think we had enough of that. So I acknowledge that there are certain issues that require some urgency. I do not dispute this. I agree with the leader of opposition that corruption and excessive leakages need to be addressed, and this needs a whole of government and society approach. To that end, CCAC has been recruiting officers, including the Director General. GNAT will provide more funds for CCAC in 2026. Furthermore, I do acknowledge that there is a need for proper oversight over ministries by the Policy Implementation, Monitoring and Evaluation Group, especially in terms of legislative and policy programs. So, whilst waiting for the Public Service Bill to be enacted, I will bring a paper to Cabinet to review all Permanent Secretaries' performance. We must all be held accountable or to account, because at the end of the day, it is the people and this country that we serve. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I have been accused as a weak leader, as if there is only one leadership style. On the contrary, there are many different leadership styles that are used depending on the prevailing situation and on what one hopes to achieve. I'm not here to defend my style of leadership. Let the facts and achievements speak for themselves. But I can say that I do not subscribe to divisive and deceiving leadership that creates disharmony and disunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, going forward as a country, and as I close, let me reflect on my thoughts as a country going forward. Our unity as one country and one people must be paramount in our approach. We must be revolutionary in outlook, but evolutionary in our approach. We must build on ongoing reforms of the current provincial government system and giving our provinces the resources to prepare themselves for the journey towards federalism with checks and balances in place to keep us a united and sovereign country, Solomon Islands. We are a highly diverse and predominantly indigenous country. Mutual respect and tolerance for our diverse cultures and heritage are pivotal to our unity more than just the political and governance system that we may put in place. So, transformation, as I've said, is a process, and this transformation must start within ourselves before taking root in our structures, systems, and institutions, spreading to all sectors across our society. Only then can we sustain joy, peace, progress, and prosperity. The Speaker said, in spite of our differences and diversity, we can move this country forward. Each of us, within our respective capacities and capabilities, must work towards transformation and unity. We must work together as one people. We need to put our energies and money on our own priorities. This means setting aside resources from our national budget to finance major development priorities. This is a commitment my government has made this year to start in 2026. This also means we as a people and government must work smartly and free ourselves from the dependency syndrome, till our land, industrialize and leverage of the booming digital space, including artificial intelligence. We must develop tourism, strengthen our safeguards in the judicial system, and set up innovative development-based conservation framework, including, as we have heard earlier, through the traditional governance ministry. It's important that we develop these initiatives, frameworks for our seas and its resources, because we have more than 1.5 million square kilometers, more than 50 times our land area of sea-based real estate and resources is underwater. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, we must work honestly in whatever vocation we may be in, be it as a farmer, market vendor, teacher, nurse, Permanent Secretary or Minister. The Speaker said our planned graduation from the category of LDCs in 2027 has received political support across several governments, and the GNAT government has taken this forward by the development of a transition strategy, which was recently endorsed by a cabinet to guide our preparations for graduation in 2027. I thank the Minister for Planning and Development Coordination for his leadership and efforts in preparing this strategy. Trade will continue to be an important strategy to sustain and accelerate national preparedness for pre- and post-graduation. As I've said on a number of occasions, our graduation must be sustained and made irreversible. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I wish to extend my thanks to our development partners. We would not be where we are now across many sectors without the support of our development partners. I therefore take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation and that of GNAT to all our development partners for your steadfast and ongoing support towards the development aspirations of Solomon Islands. I also wish to acknowledge and thank all my colleagues on this side of the House, Deputy Prime Minister, Ministers of the Crown, backbenchers, for their support and loyalty to serving the people of our beloved country. I thank the other side of the House for the robust and constructive debate over the past few days. Also allow me, the Speaker, to extend my gratitude to your good self and your staff. You have demonstrated stamina, skill in terms of guiding our deliberations during the last 3 days, and I wish to congratulate you for that. I also thank our public servants, all our public servants, including senior officials at the Office of the Prime Minister and Cabinet and support staff in all ministries for their commitment to implement and coordinate GNAT policies, advise and ensure the smooth running of all our government ministries, including OPMC. I also wish to thank our churches and all Christian people for their ongoing prayers and support, especially during the past few weeks. Mr. Speaker, this country requires the collective effort of all of us to bring it to another level. GNAT is committed to that path. With these remarks, Mr. Speaker, I once again thank His Excellency, the Governor General, for delivering a speech from the throne on 24th April 2025, and I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, the Honourable Prime Minister has moved that an address be presented to His Excellency the Governor General as follows. We, the National Parliament of Solomon Islands, here assembled, beg leave to offer thanks to the speech which has been addressed by His Excellency the Governor General to Parliament on 24th April 2025. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is therefore passed. Honourable members, in accordance with the earlier resolution of this House and pursuant to Standing Order 10.5, the House is now adjourned until 9:30 a.m. Thursday, 15th May 2025.
Terima kasih.